All right, welcome back to another stream. We are finally getting around to this challenge. The goal is to die to every creature that you can die to as fast as possible. This doesn't include creatures that can't even hurt you at all, like lantern mice. Just don't count those. And some creatures are a bit stranger, and the list of creatures that counts might change depending on how this run goes and how people feel about it. If anyone thinks that there should be a creature included that I haven't. But I have a list. Oh, here we go. Here is every creature that I'm going to die to in this run. This is a little thing I created that lets me remove any of the creatures from this list that I want. So as we go through the run and I die to creatures, I will be removing creatures from this list until there will be none left. There's a few that are a bit strange. This one right here is the rot on the walls. I created a sprite for it that's basically just the smaller version of the DLO. But the rot that's normally on the walls, dying to that, I count as a creature since it's pretty similar to wormgrass. Garbage worms, this guy right here. That's a bit strange because they don't really kill you, but they try to drown you instead. But I decided that, since they are actively grabbing you and trying to drown you, that it should count. Unlike a snail, for example, which would pop you, which stuns you for a bit, where you might die while being stunned, but you might not. And it also pretty much only works on Saint. And same for a squid cade. Since it's like that one interaction that might kill you depending on where you are, I decided that it's, shouldn't really count. But garbage worms usually are above water, and they usually try to drown you if they get mad at you, right? I think the rest of the creatures here makes sense. I did decide to count pebbles, so there's pretty much a pebbles percent run in here. Well, I should talk about the root. This is basically 3 different story percent runs, all in one. Because Firebug is one of the creatures that you can only access at the end of a Saint campaign, so I have to get to Rubicon. And there's the Chieftain Scavenger, so I have to do an entire Artificer run. There's a Mother Longlegs, which you have to go out of your way as Spearmaster or Rivulet to get them. And they don't spawn as Artificer, unfortunately. It would have been really easy to get them in Garbage Waste, but they don't spawn as Artificer, so I have to do a Spearmaster run just to die to the Mother Longlegs. The Hunter Longlegs, which I have to do a Gourmand run for, although I already have a Hunter Longlegs set up very close to where Gourmand spawns anyways, so that shouldn't be a problem. And who else? Oh yeah, 5 Pebbles and the Guardians. So as Artificer, we're going out to Metropolis, so we have to visit Pebbles, but I don't think Pebbles can kill you. Maybe I'll test that out. But I don't think he'll kill you. So you have to play as a separate Slugcat to go up to Pebbles and then go down to the Guardian. So there's essentially a Pebbles percent run, except you die to both Pebbles and Guardian instead of interacting with them normally. Also have them lined up in the order that I'm going to try to die to them. So Orange Lizard, Centawing, so going left to right, top to bottom. Although, I'm probably not going to follow this order exactly. Sometimes you want to go out of your way to die to a creature intentionally, but sometimes you die to a creature unintentionally. Of course, that's how Rain World is. So I tried to route this out so that you would die intentionally to a creature as late as possible, just in case you die to that creature accidentally before that point. If I go out of my way to die to a Cyan Lizard at the beginning of Artificer's campaign, then I might die to Cyan Lizards 10 more times after that. So why waste the time to go out of my way for it at the beginning when I might just die to it accidentally? But if I'd managed to get through the whole run without dying to a Cyan Lizard, then I have a spot where I will go out of my way to die to one. I have that planned out. And also the order that I'm playing the characters in is somewhat arbitrary. I just kind of picked the ones that felt natural, but maybe there is an ideal way to do them based on what creatures you're most likely to die to accidentally. But the order we're doing it in is Saint, Artificer, Spearmaster, Rivulet, Gourmand, and Monk. A lot of characters. So Saint and Artificer are good picks because they're at the very end and very beginning of the timeline. So you have a very different set of creatures for both their campaigns, plus the creatures that they have that are unique to them. Spearmaster has a few creatures that are close to their starting area that are easy to get, but also for the Mother Longlegs. Rivulet starts a drainage system, which is really good to get a bunch of aquatic creatures. They're actually quite hard to find in other campaigns for some reason. Gourmand for Hunter Longlegs, and Coalescapede, because they start in Shaded. For some reason, there's not many Coalescapede. Well, I guess that makes sense, but there's not many outside of Shaded. And then Monk for a Pebbles percent run, in quotation marks, to go up to Pebbles and to go down to die to a Guardian. So yeah, hopefully this goes well. We will just have to see. Yeah, let's get started. Alright, that's the dead. Wait, this is the wrong save file. There we go. I should have said that I'm no train lizard. No. Alright, here we go. No timer. I guess we can time this afterwards. From whatever time it is starting this. We'll just time it afterwards. Let's go. So this basically starts with a Saint story percent run. Not story percent, any percent, because you don't need to ascend the iterators. We're trying to die to things, not ascend things. And since I've been practicing story percent, I am pretty familiar with the route. So this run, this challenge, is basically just doing a bunch of story percent runs and then dying to creatures along the way whenever you find a good place for it. So our first creature is the orange lizard, and there are some right here in Sky Islands. And you actually don't really run into any orange lizards after this point, so this is pretty much the only place where we'll be able to get one easily. I don't know if I have a lantern. Might as well pick this up. Oh yeah, I don't. This is on a different save file. So I'm going to get... Oh, also, another important thing to note out. I turn on the remix setting that turns off karma requirements for gates. I thought that it would be awful to karma cache for like an hour because of how much karma that you lose from dying intentionally. Either that or some crazy routing with a karma flower. I decided that I'm just going to skip both of those and just turn off karma requirements. Although, I mean, I haven't checked this, but I'm still going to get the max karma level to get to Rubicon. So I will still go around to get echoes. I don't know if you can access Rubicon if you have this remix setting on. I'm not going to test that out. Plus, it kind of like changes the entire route since you don't really need to go to Shoreline or Sonic Construct. But since it requires max karma instead of just a normal karma level as like the regular gates work, like for a normal gate, if you have like 10 max karma, but you're actually at like karma level 1, then you probably won't be able to go into that gate. But for Rubicon, it doesn't matter what your current karma level is. It matters what your max karma level is, so I'm going to count that. Anyway, the first creature we're going to die to. Also, I'm probably going to forget the route like 100 times this run. So I will definitely be getting lost. There is an orange lizard up here. It's actually not like a completely easy challenge. Even though the goal is to literally die to stuff. You still have to not die to stuff whenever you want to actually move around. Hello, orange lizard. Bite me. Thank you. Bop. Doing these challenges because because I enjoy streaming it. Both. I like Rain World. And I think it's also fun to be able to stream it and like talk with people at the same time about it. So let me just check if that actually worked. So the list should be updated over there. So next, we're actually going to go to Chimney and shelter there. Normally you don't shelter because you want to get Wars back after getting the Echo, but there's a few creatures that you can pretty much only get in Chimney Canopy, specifically the Strawberry Lizard. It's actually very hard to find a good place for them. This is the best thing I could come up with, but there's also some Centawings over there that I might as well get at the same time. Of course, I died to an orange lizard at the very beginning, and I might die to an orange lizard at any point after that. Maybe I'll keep track of how many times I died to each creature, although I don't really have something set up for that, so maybe you guys can keep track. But ideally, you never die to a creature more than once. So I thought that orange lizard would be easy enough to avoid. And you don't really see them outside of these upper regions that you never really go to as Saint anyway. Also, let me know if the like list of creatures takes up too much of the screen or not. Don't want it to cover up too much of the game. And you can see that the karma requirements for this gate are quite low. I actually wouldn't have enough karma because I died to that orange lizard. Completed Spearmaster date? Well, this might be a bit of spoiler. We're actually not finishing Rubicon. So if you've played a bit of Saint and you haven't gone through the entirety of Rubicon, we're only going to be there for like a minute. I actually don't know where the firebugs are, so I'll just have to run around to find one. Oh, hold up, I forgot the route already. We are staying in this shelter. I don't know if it's faster to... Oh. Okay, so we're already running into problems that I didn't account for. Getting food. Since I want to stay in quite a lot of shelters, I'm going to have to go out of my way to get food quite a lot. And as Saint, I've remembered exactly where you're supposed to get food in a normal run, but I don't know where to get food just like whenever I want. But there should be some blue fruits down here. Yep. I don't know if it's enough though. That should be, if there's the same amount of blue fruits as there are in other campaigns. Yeah, we're good. If I didn't fall. So Artificer in 6 cycles an hour. That's pretty good. If you... Artificer is definitely one of those runs. I mean, if you were trying to speedrun it specifically, but it's one of those runs where the time it takes really depends on how many times you die. Artie world record is about 26 minutes, but it could be about 21 minutes. I have yet to get that run. I've gotten close. I died to the Scavenger King at like about 21 minutes. But a 1 hour run is still good. For most people. The 21 minute time is by skipping like all the shelters except for like 2. No, you stay in one shelter the whole run. The one like halfway up the wall. That's the only shelter you stay at. But for most people, you should probably stay in more shelters than that because you're probably going to die to the scavenger at the end. Now, I don't know if there's a good route, like when to get the echoes and when to die stuff. I assume that doesn't really matter. Once you're at a shelter, you can basically do whatever you want from that shelter at any time. So there's 2 things that I'm going to die to here. The Centawing and the Strawberry Lizard. Actually, despite the order that I have them in, I'm probably going to die to the Strawberry Lizard first because they're further away, so they might run away to a location where it's hard to find them. I think ideally you go to creatures that are further away from a shelter first because you might die to another creature on the way there. Except, I mean, the other creature in the way is a Centawing, so I'm probably not going to die to them. I'm going to die to that creature next cycle. But there should be a Strawberry Lizard somewhere around here. They may have wandered away. Oh, actually, that was them right there. Now, this isn't really a problem. Oh, Okay then. This isn't really a problem as Saint. They tend to die instantly to lizard bites, but sometimes you may get grabbed by a creature and you won't die to it. Which means they have to wait longer for the lizard to go back to its den. So that becomes a problem as Artificer probably. But I think that Saint has a much higher chance of dying instantly to stuff. Why'd I start with Saint? I don't know. I don't really know if there's a good order of what characters to start with. Now, Centipedes are actually quite hard to die to. But that was a white lizard. I don't want to die to them yet. Centipewings don't get aggressive to you until you stay in the same room for a certain amount of time. So I'm just going to follow this guy around for a bit. And hopefully no other creature gets in the way. Oh, did they grab me? There we go. That's Centipewing. And now we continue with the run as normal until Farmer is. I don't know what the karma requirement for this gate is, but after dying twice there, I probably wouldn't have enough karma to continue. One thing that might be a problem is the echoes. Actually, no, it shouldn't be, right? Saints should have the echoes all the time, because as other characters, you need to have enough karma for them to activate. But I think that shouldn't be the case for Saint. You don't usually get a swing across this room. I mean, you do as Spearmaster, actually. With the grapple worm, then. There's a vulture. I don't need to die to you yet. So, a lot of this run at the very beginning is trying not to die to stuff, actually. Despite the challenge. Because, you know, there's a lot more vultures as Artificer, so I might as well wait until then. And plus, if I accidentally died to a vulture at any point, well, then I don't need to go out of my way for it later. So, why should I do them immediately, right? Also, I have no idea how long this is going to take. This might take, like, a lot longer than I normally stream. So, I don't know if I'll actually be able to finish this challenge all in one stream. I would like to. Ooh, that was actually kind of close. Also, dying to environmental hazards aren't counted for this challenge. If I died to, like, dying to water, acid, falling down a pit, none of those are counted as like things that I'm trying to die to. I really missed both of those. Luckily, orange scissors are super easy to jump around. But considering that this run is pretty much a whole Saint run and an Artificer run, it's probably going to take at least more than 2 hours. Now, because I needed food last time, I'm going to grab these. Actually, I should probably go down this way. Now, also another thing, I pretty much just picked the like speedrun routes and then like found out which creatures that I could die to on the same route. But you could probably come up with a completely unique route just for this challenge, and it might be better. I'm not going to check every single possible like way that you can go for this challenge. So there's absolutely ways to improve this, but I decided not to look at every single possible combination just now. So yeah, this is pretty much just regular story percent. Or any percent. It's more any percent. Yeah, we're playing Saint right now. They are a very spoiler-heavy character. Because out of all the characters in Rain World and in Downpour, Saint is the last one that you should normally play. So if you care about spoilers, then come back in 2 hours. I don't know how long the Saint portion of this run will take. Under creatures next, you should be able to, I mean, I have the list on screen right now. The order is left to right, top to bottom. So the next creature, it should be Wormgrass, and then a Stowaway. Actually, the Stowaway is like probably the hardest creature to get, just because you have to go way out of your way for it. Not the hardest creature, but the most inconvenient. Okay, well that's White Lizard. That's not a good death though, because now we have to go all the way back. I just realized I may have to shelter at some point there, because it's quite a far distance from here to the farm raised shelter I want to stay in. So I may have to take a shelter just so that I don't get or die from the cold. And I think that White Lizard was in that spot because I came here, or I came there from... I got there from this shelter, and it was so far away that the White Lizard had time to get to that position, and I normally don't see a White Lizard there, so... those kind of things are also going to be completely different for this run. So I think I'm going to actually put some fruit right here. That is quite stressful to pick up. Let's get a little bit more food than normal to take some safety shelters. Probably eat these fruits so I can pick up a rock or something. Like, there's a lot of Centowings here, but I'm probably never going to die to them. Also, I just realized I can just go this way. That's faster. Between Red Leech and Baby Centipede. First of all, it's not a Baby Centipede. That's a Garbage Worm. So this was something that I kind of debated, what to count as the centipedes. I decided that there will be 2 on this list: adult centipedes and overgrown centipedes. Because like adult centipedes can come in many different sizes. Oh gosh. So it's kind of hard to tell exactly what stage of growth it is in. Because technically there's 2 types: there's adult and there's mature. Decided to like skip any confusion of like which one you died to and just say the adult one, which is the one that's large enough to kill you, and the overgrown one, which is like pretty obviously much larger. And of course, the centipede is separate from that. And also, there's technically a way to die to... There's technically a way to die to baby centipedes. But I'm not counting it because it's like a really obscure interaction that feels like a bug. It feels unintentional. Maybe it is, but it's like... I don't know, I just decided not to include it in the run. I feel like any creature that you have to like put in effort to die to shouldn't really count. Like a Squidcada can technically kill you if you are next to a ledge and the Squidcada pushes you off and you die to like falling, right? Or to like a bottomless pit, right? But that's like so situational. And most times when a Squidcada hits you, it's not going to kill you. So I'm saying that it doesn't count. But pretty much all the creatures on this list, it's pretty easy to die to, with a few kind of strange exceptions. Like, what are some good examples? The best one is the green spider, the mother spider. They actually suck at killing you. I tested out in arena, and they are not very good at their job. Well, their job is to like avoid you. That's what they're trying to do. They're not really aggressive. But you know, if you stick around them too long, they will attack you. But even if they do attack you, it's probably not going to kill you. So maybe it's different as Saint. I don't know if I tested it as Saint, but it took, when I tested it, I had to get attacked by them like 5 times for it to finally kill me. And you have to wait quite a long time in between each attack, because once they attack you, they try to run away again. And I think it's a pretty similar story with wolf spiders. They're just not great at actually killing you, or even like trying to attack you in the first place. Why are you in Rain World? Ocean area. So Rain World's kind of strange. It's kind of hard to say exactly where you are, but that's like decent progress, I'd say. That ocean area should be shoreline, and you know, you have to travel through quite a few regions to get there. Let's say, you know, you're decent ways through the game, but there's still a lot more to go through. So maybe you're like 30% away. That could have been dangerous if they had a better jump. If this white lizard doesn't catch up with me. Okay, we're good. But if you've been following around the little yellow guy that like kind of points you in the right direction, if you've been following them, then just like keep doing that, because that is going to shoreline is part of the like intentional route that you're supposed to take through the game. Although you can take a few like wrong turns and you can end up in some completely other location, you know, no longer be helped by that guy. But also that's kind of like part of the game, like exploring and getting lost. So you can't die to deer. I mean, there's a way to die because of them, but it's not exactly... You're probably dying to the worm grass instead of the deer. Now, we're going to Subterranean soon. Well, we'll be spending a bit of time in Farm Race first, but we'll be going to the shore or the Subterranean after that. And it's actually... Oh dear. We don't want to die to the Scavenger just yet. Plenty of opportunities for that as Artificer. But Subterranean has a ton of creatures. And there is a point in the run where I want to go out of my way to die to them. But since I will be going through Subterranean twice, going through it once to get to Shoreline and then once on the way back, you know, I might die to any of those creatures. So I'm waiting until just before I leave. Just before I leave Subterranean to die intentionally to those creatures. How do you deal with leeches? It depends on where you are exactly. Oh gosh, what is going on here? Probably the best way to deal with leeches is just to be good at swimming, which is kind of a complicated mechanic for some reason. But you know how if you're underwater you can press the jump button and you will do this like swim boost that makes you swim faster? Don't do that. Or at least don't do it without knowing when you should do it, because it uses up a lot of your breath. You can actually stay underwater for quite a long time, but the moment you start doing those swim boosts, you run out of your breath real quick. So just keep that in mind, because sometimes if you like try to run away from leeches and you try to swim boost a bunch, that might just tire you out more, make it easier for the leeches to catch you. But you know, sometimes you do want to use it. So usually if you're in Shoreline, for example, if I assume that's where you are and where you are dealing with leeches, you basically want to stay along the surface of the water, and then once there is a big group of leeches Just swim a bit below the surface of the water, do a swim boost, and then resurface. That's a good way to move quickly. And once you're on the surface of the water, once you're above the surface of the water, you recover your breath very quickly. So you can do another swim boost quickly after that. But don't stay under the water too long after doing a swim boost. But usually leeches struggle to grab you when you are moving at the full speed of a swim boost. But also, the leeches in Shoreline, they usually kind of move in this pattern where they go up and down and up and down. So sometimes you just want to wait for them to all move down before you cross. And then at that point, you can just jump across the surface of the water. I don't know if you've dealt with this, but there are other areas where there are leeches, but where you can also find snails. I call them snails. They're like the little round creatures that pop when you get close to them. If you pick one up, they won't pop until you throw it. And if you throw it into the water, it will stun all the creatures underwater within a pretty big radius. So you can throw a leech, or you can throw a snail in and it'll stun all the leeches. I don't think there's any snails in Shoreline, but well, in some like the lower sections of Shoreline, but not like the open water areas. But if you ever see those snails and in an area where there's a bunch of leeches that you want to get past, that can be a really easy way to deal with them. Tripping on the surface, yeah, you can kind of do this thing where you spam jumps. You try to stay at the top of the water. That's usually pretty good at avoiding leeches too, since you know they aren't that low. Oh, nice shot, dude. This is bad. I'm gonna pass out. So hopefully they don't chase after me. Oh, they're coming. There's another spitter. I don't want to die one yet. Let's see if I can go underneath. There's still some spiders in the way. They're not the most dangerous when they're alone like this, but they could still kill me, and I would like to avoid that since I'm just gonna have to come back here anyway. If they see me. Oh. Okay, as long as the second one moves too. Alright, I wanted them to move. There we go. This room can be especially annoying in speedruns if there's just a ton of spiders in the way. Hello? You're standing directly in front of the pipe exit. Just chilling. I don't want to die to this worm grass just yet. I think I'll just go to the backwards from the shelter I stayed in. Because there's pretty much worm grass right outside there. Or I could do a trick. I don't know if I want to count this though. Echo that I'm going to get next. They are in a room that has a lot of, oh gosh, spiders holding me up in the. Okay. The centipede though, want to die to them yet? Well, what size of centipede is this? I can't tell. It looks like just a regular adult. Although, okay, no, I'm gonna say it's an adult. That sucks. Now we have to go all the way back there. Of course, they run away immediately. So I guess the kind of nice thing about this run is that not all deaths lose a lot of time. I think that death definitely was really bad. Now I have to pretty much retrace all my steps again. But later in the run, I won't have to go out of my way to die to a centipede. So that's a... You know what? Let's just take the wormgrass death right now. It's taking a while. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. But since I had to do that anyway, you know, did it really lose that much time? I just accidentally did it in advance. Usually I try to like do something there where I like stay along the ceiling of that room. But I fell earlier than I wanted to, so I took fall damage. But also, I kind of have a feeling now that this is going to take a lot longer than I thought it would. We're about 30 minutes in, and I only got like the first handful of creatures done. Hello? I want to jump higher. There we go. That's more of what I wanted to do. So I have to avoid dying to spiders again, dying to a centipede again. It's really annoying when there's a large centipede over that water because it's quite hard to actually move precisely. It's hard to do a big jump when you want to, or a small jump when you want to. Maybe I should have just dropped the yeek, or waited it out completely. That was probably the smartest move. Just be careful. I almost just dropped on a spitter spider right there. Also, they hit me again. This time they're a lot closer. May have hit the yeek instead of me. He's especially stupid. No, he isn't. That's spitter spider. We're getting all the creatures out of the way. At least I'm dying to a different creature every time. So I'm technically still making progress towards the run. Although not in the fastest way possible. It'd be better to die to a creature that's closer to a shelter. But for each of the creatures here, I have to go like cross all this wormgrass every time. Not as far, yeah, not as far as the centipede. The spitter spider that I was intending to die to is the one that's in filtration system. I need to go to filtration system to get the undergrowth echo and that shelter there. And also I'm staying in that shelter before heading to Rubicon. And there's like a spitter spider only a few rooms away that's always in the same spot. That shelter in filtration system is kind of a hub for all the creatures in subterranean. But if I keep dying to creatures earlier than intended, then I might not spend that much time there. So now I just need to not die to a spitter spider again, which is much more likely than dying to a regular spider again. Or for the first time, actually. You know what? I think I hit the yeek instead of me. Which is fine, because I'm not using the yeek for a while. You would think that they had accidentally hit the yeek more often, considering how... Oh gosh, they're in all the worst spots. I think they actually hear me. This is not a great spot to be in. Now there's a much higher chance that I die to a regular spider. Actually, these spiders are not very regular at all. Wolf spider. Chance is now very high. Okay. Wow, you suck. Also, I got a question for you guys. That spitter spider, it didn't kill me immediately. He just grabbed me, which stunned me. And in that state, you can exit out of the game as the game over. But that's technically not. Oh gosh, bullshit. I should be moving fast enough here. You know, that didn't technically kill me instantly, but it was still a game over, right? So should I count those situations as deaths? Because it isn't until they drag you back to their den, and for when it counts as an actual death. But it would make the run a lot faster if you just take that game over death as a real one. Just wondering what you guys think. The fish with the long legs in the water. I have no idea what that means. The jetfish? The guys that are like moving around real quick. You can pick those up and like they'll pull you around quite quickly. I don't know what else you'd be referring to. There's leviathans, they're like really big ones. There's a brother long legs. The shoreline, they have long legs. Although they don't look like fish. Wait for janky lizard AI to spin. Yeah, okay. Look at those at deaths. I think that's fair. But this is the thing I was talking about earlier. Of course, it doesn't matter now since I already died to wormgrass. But here, you can actually jump down. And this wormgrass will kill you before the echo. Okay, actually, it didn't. You can hear the death sound if you die to the wormgrass. But I don't know if that should count as a death. That's like a super specific scenario. But I think it shouldn't count because the echo resets the cycle, like, anyways. But also, I guess dying also resets the cycle. Yeah, those are definitely jetfish. Echo cycle events are non-canon. But it's also kind of inconsistent to die to the wormgrass. You have to get down there quite quickly. So I guess I'm just not really going to rely on that anyway. And I don't think there's any other scenario where you can die to another creature that quickly after seeing an echo. And like it takes like 20 seconds to die to wormgrass anyway. Anyway, I will be heading to this hub shelter that I was talking about earlier. Except we won't die to creatures just yet. Because if I die to one accidentally, then I'm dying twice unnecessarily. But if I wait to the last possible moments, then there's a lower chance that I will die. Or that I'll have to like die twice like that. I probably explained that too much already. Just in case there's any new viewers. Just joining the stream. Now this room usually sucks. There's a lot of spiders in the tunnel and there's that scavenger. But this shelter's amazing. There's these scavengers. Well, I won't really die to the scavengers. There's plenty of opportunity for that as Artificer. But there's spiders. There's black lizards. There's a red centipede nearby. There's a caramel lizard. There's a monster kelp. And you can actually see all those creatures next to each other on the list. Not far from here, since I don't need that many creatures from shoreline. But I still have to go over there for the... Okay, they're moving out of the way. I still have to go there for the echoes. Now, this next cycle will actually take a while. We'll have to go to undergrowth twice. Once for the echo, once for the stowaway. I wonder how many of you guys have actually seen a stowaway. But I'm pretty sure that this one in undergrowth is like the only one that you actually run into in this... on this route. The small lizard is not... It's very easy to die to, so I will probably die to them later if I don't accidentally die to one. That kelp was so close, yep. Not that bad of a death if I did. Because the shelter's like not too far away. Oh. Goodbye, lantern. I'll have to get that back. I mean, I don't need it, but I do like having it for this area since I don't want to die to spiders again. Also, I could die to a... This is the spider I was talking about. First, we can ignore them now. But there are also green spiders here as Saint in undergrowth. But I don't think it's a great option because I'll have to return to undergrowth 3 different times. The echo for a stowaway and then for a green lizard or green spider. I'm going to mess up so many names this stream. But there's also a green spider very close to the starting area of Rivulet. So that's actually one of the creatures I would get as Rivulet, along with all the other creatures in drainage system. You can kind of guess how this run is going to look based on the list of creatures. Just later I have green spider, eel lizard, jungle leech, and salamander all next to each other. That's what I'll do as Rivulet. Now I could stay in the shelter, but I kind of don't think that's worth it. I'd still have to go through a lot of undergrowth, and then I have to return to filtration. But this time, it's only 2 trips there. I don't know. I never know which is the faster option in these kind of scenarios. Like, do you shelter and then do both of them, or do you just go to both of them from the start? If I phrase that correctly. Oh, here they all are. I don't think I've ever died to a mother spider unintentionally. They are not very aggressive at all, and if they are aggressive, they struggle to kill you at all. And they only attack in like quite long intervals. Also, I figured out a trick for this funnel there. You have to kind of come in diagonally, and then once you get close to the pipe, you have to hold up and no other direction, or else you'll fall out. That's a bit close. Keep asking, you can ask any questions you want. But jellyfish, the little, I mean, they don't really do anything. They can't hurt you. If you get grabbed by their tentacles, they can shock you, which doesn't kill you. It just, stuns you for a little bit. But they don't really move around. They don't try to attack you. They're not really anything to worry about. You can pick them up and eat them. Or you can pick them up and throw them at other creatures to electrocute them. That's quite fun. But don't worry about them too much. I have to get past this spitter spider again. Would not worry about it too much if I hadn't already died to one. Oh gosh, I made the same mistake. If you are in a tunnel, you won't grab the item that you spit out. Oh, that's a better spot. Can't tell, because they might see me when I'm going up, especially if they move. They might hear me. Somehow that missed me. Goodness. That was extremely close. Yeah, jump over jellyfish, or you can pick them up. While you were holding a jellyfish, it cannot shock you. So I have to be very careful here to not die to any creature, except for the stowaway. They're quite far away. Not really, actually. It's a pretty small region, just a bit of a maze. It's pretty much just those spiders. They are not very likely to attack me while I'm holding the lantern. Let's not die to the scalp early. So this time we're going up instead of over to the echo. There's a pole plant right there. I forgot where I have a pole plant that's oh, I know where. It should be on the wall as Artificer. This run is really good practice for remembering, like, your route in a speedrun. Memorizing this entire route there's a lot of which shelters to stay in, which creatures to die to. It really helps to, like, write it all out in a big list. It's actually, I have one. Okay, so here's a stowaway. They are not active. If you throw stuff at them, they will become active. This is why not many people see stowaways, because they just stay inactive for so long. It's a very rare chance that they activate without you actively doing something. Alright, there we go. You can't really get to see his teeth, because I just have to do it. And there we go. That is... We're pretty much done with that area. We're moving on to Shoreline. I'm still debating where I should die to a Leviathan. Because there's one in Subterranean, which is pretty close to here, actually. Is this an overgrown? I can't tell if that's an overgrown centipede or not. This is why I wanted to just keep it to 2 categories of centipede. Like, this one looks smaller now. Or does it? I can't tell us. We'll wait until the end of or closer to the end of the run to see, like, if I died to 2 centipedes that are very different sizes, then I'll count both of those separately. I think the problem with the one in Subterranean is that I'd have to stay in a shelter to go die to it. But in Shoreline, it is already pretty close to where I would shelter anyway. Now this is where I'm going to die to a Miros bird, but not yet. That's saving that for later. Unless I do die to one. I think, like, that centipede right there, I would count that as an adult centipede. Because it's just slightly larger than a baby centipede, and I think that size can still kill you. Just why I'm actually, like, reconsidering what the centipede that I died to earlier, what size that was exactly. Because it was quite large. And, like, technically adult centipedes can be a lot smaller than that. I was just assuming that a overgrown centipede could be a lot larger. But maybe I actually just died to a large adult, or maybe that was an overgrown, and adults are much smaller than that. Great, scavenger. That's what I meant to say. Okay, scavengers are only neutral to Saints. So I don't really need to worry about them. Also, I think I decided I'm going to do this next bit. Hold up, what is this centipede? Like, that centipede looks huge. That looks like an overgrown. Okay, I think I'm going to say that I died to a large adult centipede earlier. That's what an overgrown looks like. Now, funnily enough, there's actually a pretty decent chance that I died to a snail in this next area, but I haven't counted them as a creature to die to. So we're going to have to avoid dying to a creature completely for this run. Also, I thought that karma would be a big problem, but I'm at a pretty high karma level still. Probably just because of the echoes. Oh, shoot. Another big part of this run that I want to ask about. As Artificer, one of their main mechanics is that they don't have much karma on their own. so you need to carry a scavenger body around with you to go through gates, right? That's like their main mechanic. But with the rules of this challenge that I have set up, you would just completely ignore that. Because you can skip, all the karma requirements for gates would be lower, so you can just, skip dragging a scavenger around. So I'm wondering if I should change that rule for Artificer, because it kind of goes against the way their main gameplay is. Like, you're supposed to carry scavengers around. That's like what their campaign is about, kind of. And this rule would completely remove that part of their playstyle. But also it'd make the challenge more fun. To be able to do an Artificer speedrun without having to carry a scavenger body around. Oh great, it sucks when a jetfish comes over here. They pop all the snails. There's 3 of them down there. You can see that wall the jetfish is going around. They pop very easily. We're going to wait here for a bit. What are you doing? So it's fun to see creatures actually going around looking for food that aren't predators. That was good. As long as you don't like touch the snail, they probably won't pop. So there's quite a lot of creatures that I can get right from this shelter, and I will do that later. However, I think it's best to wait until I get the 2 other echoes first. So then I'll be able to swim a lot faster to get to these creatures. I also need to keep track of where a leech might be. Which one should I get first? I think it doesn't matter at all, right? That's a place called Looks of the Moon. I'm about to go to that place too. This area should look familiar with the open water. Also, this is a much larger jellyfish. That is actually dangerous. Okay, there's some leeches down there that I can die to pretty easily. And also, a death to a leech, I'm counting, since it is technically just drowning, I'm still counting leeches, and I'm going to say that you die to a leech if you try to swim out and you can't. So if you try your hardest to escape and you aren't able to escape at all, or aren't able to move at all, that is a death to leeches. But if you get like grabbed by a single leech and then you purposely drown yourself, that doesn't count, because the leech wasn't the main contributor. So there's a point where they are drowning you without your control. I'm actually doing this run. Yes, I am. It's been decent so far. I've died to a unique creature every death. Some of them unintentionally, though, which lost some time. There's times you want to die to a creature intentionally, and sometimes you die to one unintentionally, but that still counts towards the challenge. If I died to the spider right now, I would lose time, but I would still like mark it off the list. That's a caramel lizard green. They don't look green. There's a green lizard and a caramel lizard. Yeah, the caramel lizard is the one in the top row. The one next to red, that's a green lizard. Or the other one next to red. Or the red centipede, or the mirror's vulture, or the red leech. There's a lot of red things. So I thought it was a brighter green. It's a pretty bright green already. It's blue lizard is trolling me again. I considered dying to this blue lizard on purpose, but there's an easier one later in the run. And I would have to shelter some point in this region. That would lose me time. I thought I would stay in this shelter and then die to that blue lizard, but I don't need to stay in this region, so there's no reason to shelter. Where is the troll lizard? They aren't here. Maybe that was the blue lizard I saw earlier. The blue lizard that's usually in this room specifically, I call the troll lizard because they're always in the way. Echo isn't too far from here now. So it's fun to be able to do things like that. But I might still die to a Mirror's Bird. They do run across this room. You don't have much room to run away from them. But it's pretty rare. And I think I'm safe from this point on. Best attack item you can hold. Spear and a rock. If you're fighting a lizard, throw a rock at them, and you'll flip them backwards, and then hit them with a spear to deal damage. And since those items are always accessible, just by like picking them up off the floor, they're always pretty much your best option. If you happen to find a better weapon like an electric spear, which is pretty much just a direct upgrade to a normal spear, then yeah, use that, but it's pretty hard to find an electric spear unless you're playing like Artificer and you're in Metropolis or something. But the rock spear combo is very effective against most creatures. And you know, okay, so I made that jellyfish video because it was a lot of fun to do stuff with jellyfish. But I don't actually recommend using a jellyfish for fighting stuff. And I died a lot. I cut out all the deaths. Well, actually, I don't think I did. I did include some deaths in one of the jellyfish videos. But it's very easy to accidentally die because you stun yourself with the jellyfish. And when I was trying to fight Mirror's Birds, I died a lot to them. Because they might become unstunned at any moment. And it's very easy for them to kill you instantly the moment they're unstunned. Also, yes, this list is ordered left to right, top to bottom. So the next creature is Leviathan after I get this last echo. And because the Firebow is one of the creatures, I have to go through the entirety of Saint's campaign, essentially. Hence why I'm going on my way to get the echoes. I don't want to die to a leech or a big jellyfish just yet. But I will soon. Figured that it'd be better to first get the flight ability to swim faster. Also, this leech is slowing me down this whole time, so I'm going to try to get rid of them. You can see just how much a single leech impacts you. Okay, it's off. Electric spears are wonderful against large creatures. If you are fighting a vulture or a... You know, as Hunter, I don't even know if you can find an electric spear outside of an elite, but maybe in some like scavenger or strongholds. or the hide, like those little like secret areas where there's a bunch of like explosive spears and stuff, you might be able to find an electric spear in those rooms. In which case it would be very useful, because with an electric spear, it's very easy to kill green lizards, vultures. That's pretty much it. Mirror spirits become a lot easier than using jellyfish. But any of those creatures that have a lot of health, that usually just like have to kill by spamming spears, suddenly one electric spear becomes incredibly effective, because they'll just be perma-stunned. I also think that they're quite useful in expedition mode. There's a perk that can let you start with an electric spear, and for the one like expedition challenge where you kill a bunch of creatures as Saint, I used an electric spear and it carried me through the whole challenge, because Saint can throw spears in expedition. You found one as a monk, so they are actually quite accessible. They pretty much just act as a regular spear, but the creature that you hit with them will be stunned for like several seconds. Hello, Moon. Goodbye, Moon. I think for the bird watching mission, yeah, that's another good use for it, because vultures can get perma-stunned by the spear. Singularity bomb. Thing is that is single use, but a electric spear you can use a lot more, as long as you keep recharging it with centipedes. So this is the last echo that we need to get, plus the found the alien. Don't eat any of the glowing white things floating around. Birdwide. Oh yeah. Isn't that what the speedrun does? You throw like one singularity bomb that kills like 5 vultures in one room. I think you stack them up with the vulture grove. I think I might have seen that before. But that requires that you line up a bunch of vultures at once, and you can get yourself to safely quickly, but that would still be effective. And you can also bring the electric spear if you want to. But if you're going for a kind of speedrun like that, then it's probably better to just try to get 7. I think it's 7, right? I don't know how many vultures you need specifically, but it's better to try to get all of them in a single explosive. Also, hello and welcome to everyone who's joining the stream just now. After this echo, we will be dying to more creatures. Now I have them roughly in the order that I will die to them, but I think, you know, if an opportunity presents itself, I will die to that creature first. But I will start with the ones that are furthest away. So the Leviathan, I actually don't know what the closest Leviathan is from this point. I know where there's usually Leviathans in other campaigns, but I don't know if it's the same for Saint. Let's actually check this room. I don't know if there's a Leviathan here. I must be flying first. I think I heard threat music. It can be kind of hard to activate. No Leviathan. Is there one over here? There is no over here. Can I actually make the swim back? Yeah, the small like DLL icon, that's just the rot that you see on walls. Because there's no sprite for that normally. I think I should go up here. Ascending every creature is saint. I don't know. Doesn't really sound as interesting. It'd be more. Oh, all right. Now I can die to either of these, but now that while the Leviathan is here, there's a cooldown on its bite. Thinking about it. Why is he incompetent? You missed. This can be kind of difficult. There we go. Leviathan done. There's two of them. What is that thing? Just it's the sea monster. That took a little bit longer than it should have, though. Most incompetent Leviathan. Oh, actually, I remember there's a jellyfish thing you can get to even faster than this one. But, I mean, now that I'm already here. We'll be doing this for a while. This is the main goal for the speedrun, to find these shelters to stay in where you can die to many creatures from the same starting location. So this was the jellyfish that you can probably get to faster. Right here. But what else you can find here quite often is awful birds. But I might have to wait a bit for them to show up. I'm gonna check both rooms. How quickly can you kill every creature? That's closer to the challenge, the Discord challenge, where you try to kill every creature, as many different types of creatures as possible, in one hunter run. There's already a challenge for that. Oh, alright. They got here. There we go. Usually one shows up a lot faster than that. Now, Aquapede. There should be one, like, just below this room. Hello? There we go. A lot better than the Leviathan. Fastest way to gain recognition as a streamer on Twitch? I have no idea. I don't know where leeches are. Oh, I remember where there's a good spot for them. Over this way. Actually, this time I want to avoid dying to Amir's Vulture. I don't see any leeches. This was the spot that I saw them in last time. Oh, they're there. It's like in that den. I see their icon on the map. But they don't really want to come out, so I might have to look for another place. To vulture grubs? I don't know if they do. That's on a leash. That's a bad play. Also, I'm moving way too fast. Here's some leeches. So here's the little test that I decided on. I will try to escape from the leeches. And I'm like unable to swim upwards, so this counts as a death to leeches, since they are actively grabbing me. Just wait for it to, there we go. And that's pretty much everything in Shoreline. We are heading back to Subterranean now to get all those creatures. Yeah, lizard. I will get that as review. Surprisingly, the hardest creature to find was a salamander. There's one in drainage system as Rivulet, but you have to kind of go out of your way for it, and there's not really any other good spots for it as the other characters. And I think that if I was able to find a good spot for salamanders, I wouldn't even play Rivulet at all. But now that I've decided to add Rivulet to the run, then I might as well like get all the creatures in drainage system. So there's a path that I take through in a normal like Saint any percent run. 1 damage run, 3 salamanders there. I think I know what you're talking about, but that isn't the case as Saint. They're replaced with orange lizards. And you don't really want to go to Shoreline as any of the other characters. That's definitely an overgrown. I need to... Actually, I might die to them later as Artificer. That's what I have on the list. But, I mean, if there's one that's close as Saints, then I might as well do that. Well, maybe not, since I might accidentally die to one as Artificer. I kill a DLL. For Apex Predator, I'm not sure what I did. I think for a Miros Vulture, I used a Electric Spear. I don't know where I got that though. And then for a DLL, I used either an Explosive Spear or a Singularity Bomb. Those are the best options, I think. Those are like, I think those are the hardest challenges. The hardest creatures in that challenge. So if you basically want to save an Explosive Spear or a Singularity Bomb for either of those. I don't know which one is, like whichever one you have a hard time with. Use the Singularity Bomb on that. Excuse me. It's quite rude. Did my stream crash? Doesn't look like it. It looks fine on my end. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any problems. You might have to refresh if you can even hear this. It might be a problem with Twitch specifically. Oh, goodness. Actually don't want to die to this guy. If there's any creatures that get in the way, I can ascend them. Also, the chat is broken. So okay, so for DLL specifically, they have a resistance against regular spears. Please don't. So you can throw, it takes like 100 regular spears to kill them. But even though explosive spears don't do that much damage, they aren't resistant against explosives. So, oh shoot, food. More routing that I'd forget about. Maybe I should have planned food in advance. Oh goodness, that's a large guy. I think there should be food up here. That's the shelter I want to stay in, though. Can't eat bat flies. Or a centipede. Maybe I'm going too far out of my way for this. I could have grabbed some like bubble fruit in Shoreline, and there might have been some blue fruit somewhere else in Subterranean. Thought that was a salamander. Would actually be nice if there was a salamander here, like there normally is. Okay, so here's some food that I was looking for. Although, kind of... went too far already. I have to go all the way back. I mean, since you play Spearmaster in that challenge, it might be good to just spam spears. Eventually you'll disable, or against the DLL, eventually you'll disable all of its tentacles, and you just need to hit the core a whole lot. Always love doing that. Don't really love this as much. We don't want to die to you just yet. Why did it just pop? Oh, are they already dead? They are. Because the red centipede killed them, right? Oh, don't like that spot. We don't want to die to you yet. This is quite a mess. Oh no, they're going into that den. Or into this pipe. Guess we just have to kill everything then. Now how am I gonna get past this? Maybe I can like brute force it with the flight. I don't know if it can just push them all out of the way. No. Can I really pull all of this with me? If only I had food before this. Actually, I did successfully like pull them away from the tunnel, although they're sliding back now. Actually, I can try to do this. Sorry about that, scavenger. You just walked into that one. Maybe now? Nope. And then even if I get past this, there's the mole lizard in the way. Now they're falling into the tunnel. Made things worse. This is not good. You know what? We'll take a different shelter. It's not part of the plan, but there is a shelter not far from here. I guess this is closer to the caramel lizards too. And there's of course this food here too. And also a worm grass that's a lot closer. Maybe this is a good shelter to take anyway. But it's further away from some of the other creatures like that I would like to die to. Like the mole lizard is further, the Mirror's bird is further. So maybe I'll move back over to that shelter once I die to some stuff here. So caramel. There we go. Also, I just missed all these chat messages because it didn't update again. I don't know why it does that. For scavs. So there's usually, oh, there's a spider right there that I won't want to die to later because I think there should be some centipedes over here. Not a. There's some. These are adults. These are like. No question. These are adult centipedes. So I'll die to one just to be safe, because we weren't sure about the creature that we died to last time. And then I'll like make sure to die to a overgrown centipede. Actually, later. That's later. From here, there's actually a kelp not too far. If that spider dies too much, that might lineage be a problem. Although there's not a shortage of spiders in this area. That's the kelp I was talking about. Although it did get stabbed. Alright, there we go. Maybe this is a good shelter. Don't go into the water. If you use that trick to go under the surface of the water, swim boost, resurface, repeat, you can move pretty quickly, usually fast enough to outrun a outrun a Leviathan. Here's a problem. The spider's probably going to die first, yeah. Let's find another spider. There's plenty over here. Actually, let's shelter. Let's go back to the other shelter first. Because that is going to be closer to the mole lizard, the Mirror's bird, and the red centipede is pretty close to that point too. As long as the... Oh, this time I actually don't want to die. That's definitely... Is that definitely an overgrown? It's always hard to tell. Can't see what I'm doing off screen. Okay, it actually ended up not being a problem. Get Aquapede. Oh, give me time for them to move out of the way. Sounds overgrown. Is there a difference in the sound? I don't need to eat these. Okay, this has been a bit of a mess. Actually, I want to go to a Miros vulture first. Or a Miros bird. I'm never going to get those. Streaming on both? I am. I actually wasn't streaming to Twitch for a while. Mostly because of internet problems. That should be fixed now. This guy doesn't really look overgrown. I remember seeing one earlier and it looked way bigger. Anyway, Mirror's birds. Yellow spawn a saint. There's a few brother longlegs. In Sonic Construct. That's pretty much it. Just making sure the stream is working fine. So, Mirror's bird. Somewhere in this room. Actually, they usually like camp out on the other side. There we go. And now red centipede. It looks pretty large, but it doesn't look massive. So there's usually a red centipede in this room. Oh, yep. Oh, goodbye. Does that look like an overgrown? I'm just gonna be asking this like 100 times. Okay, no, this is definitely overgrown. I might as well get this death out of the way because I know that I'm going to. Even though I had them listed later in the run, I might as well. Remember on this category again, it really depends on how this run goes. If I feel like it doesn't take too long, it's already taken an hour and I haven't even finished Saint. There's still 5 more characters to play. If this all takes way too long, I might not repeat it. But, oh gosh. Scavengers and Centipede. Alright, I still need to die to Scavengers. Not a Saint, though. I'll probably die to that spider. So right of the garbage worm. That is a single, or the proto longlegs. The rot that you find like on walls. Hello, kill me before you die. Thank you. There isn't a sprite for it in game, but I decided to count it for the run. So I basically just took the DLL sprite and made it smaller. But a lot of people have asked, so maybe it's not really obvious what it means. Even the walls want to eat you. Yeah, this guy doesn't look as large as the other centipede. Oh, there's a spider right there. They probably will die to... Yep. You aren't a mean scavenger. Okay, thank you. I need to find another spider. This one. Please attack me. I think quite hard to get them to attack you. But not as hard as the... Oh gosh, don't die to the worm grass. And of course they die to the caramel lizard first. Well, let's head down here. There's another. You can see that this is roughly what the process of dying to a mother spider is going to be like, but even worse. Maybe because this room isn't particularly dark. Like if I were to go to shade, maybe I should save the spider deaths for when I'm in shaded as Gourmand. Maybe it'd be easier there. And you see that even when they do attack you, they miss all the time. And some of you are probably wondering how you ever accidentally died with spider. The lantern glow? I guess I might as well get rid of that if it's the problem. Also, this is now a... Oh, of course the spider leaves, but the centipede's still here. Because this is a pretty bright room. Attack me. I need to throw something at you. Also, don't die to the worm grass. Okay, it's just going to... Okay, this is a bit harder than I thought it would be. Like, just die to a spider. Spiders even live when they can't catch the food that wants them to. They probably really... Well, I guess not in subterranean, but the ones in the shaded probably eat lantern mice mostly. Much braver in large numbers or in shaded, yeah. Because usually in speedruns, I'm not scared of these spiders at all. You can just run past them. And this is exactly why. But when you're in shaded and there's like a whole crowd of them and it's dark, that's when they're dangerous. This is not that situation though. But I did get close to dying to one. Oh, you were about to. They charged up the... Oh, there's two of them. Two spiders. Okay, they sort of do one attack. And then they stop. For some reason. Come on, I'm right here. Oh, I'm trying to kill you with this spear. Now you have to kill me to save yourself. Okay, he can't even deal damage. There we go. Finally, he bounced off of me that time. Okay, Santa's almost over. Definitely the lantern. Well, that time I think I did have the lantern and they still attacked me. This will be much easier though. There we go. That's the mole lizard done. Although I probably still will die to one on the way down to Rubicon. Once we're in Rubicon, I actually don't know where a firebug is, but they're somewhat common, so it shouldn't take that long. Also, I'll take out the lantern for visibility. There's a mole over there. Don't come in here. Okay. Why did you do that? Set up here instead. is already next. Yeah. I kind of picked a random order to do the characters in. I don't know if there's a super ideal order to do the characters, but I'm doing Saint, Artificer, Spearmaster, Rivulet, Gourmand, Monk. That's the order of the characters. Although the last 3 characters will take... Okay. Last 3 characters will not take nearly as long. Except for Monk. Spearmaster, Rivulet, and Gourmand will be fast. Monk, Saint, and Artificer take the longest. Is that the first time I died to the same creature twice? No, I died to a adult centipede multiple times. But I also think I died to different sizes of adult centipedes. So if you want to count those as different types, then I've also done that unintentionally. One source of neuron glue. Why are you here? They barely didn't touch me. Usually I think once I get to this room I'm going to be safe, but then I was in that tunnel with no defense. Or in this corridor here. Scavenger, why are you here? I guess it's not too uncommon to see scavengers here. This bug we can die to baby centipede, I'm aware of that. But I decided not to include it because it seems unintentional. It looks like a bug, and I mean, obviously it's a centipede, but I don't think they're supposed to be able to kill you, so I'm not counting it. Plus, I think seems like, I don't know if there's many places in the world where there's baby centipedes and jungle leeches. Actually, I read the rest of your comments, that's all you're talking about, but you can also die to a baby centipede if you are being grabbed by a jungle leech at the same time. Then for some reason that you'll die to the baby centipede shock, but also there's that glitch where, or something where if you're pulled into a den you die. I think it's supposed to be how like pole plants work, but it also works with other creatures. Can you see my mouse if it's here? I don't think so. Anyway, now we search for a firebug and immediately leaving Saint behind. Have fun in Rubicon. Now, it'd also be nice if the guardians here could kill you, but they can't. So that means we have to go out of our way to get a guardian later in the run. Bitter spider. Where is this firebug? I figured that it'd be somewhere around the starting area. You usually see one right when you enter Rubicon. Maybe it's like from over here. This goes back to where I started from. Okay, they aren't here. If you go to Rubicon without the higher enough max karma, it will just like repeatedly send you back to the start of the room. Or so you know that like effect where you like feel like you're falling infinitely? It's basically just like that happening. Try to see using the interactive map. That's how I routed this entire run in the first place. And yeah, you would get stuck by the guardians too. But I did not look exactly at where firebugs spawned. I just figured that they're so common that it wouldn't be too much of a problem. I thought one spawned in the very first room. I feel like I've seen one there before. I suppose I could check the map right now. How about we do that? Saint, Rubicon. Yeah, there should, okay, not one in the starting area, but around these rooms. Punging them detonates them. I lost a speedrun to that. I accidentally grabbed onto a firebug and I got attacked. So there's a firebug spawn in this room. Who knows where they went, but there's now some red creatures over here. There's another one even further down. That's wonderful. There they are. Hello. All right, we're done with Saint. Moving on to Artificer. It's only been an hour and 40 minutes. I will time this whole thing later using the stream. So as Artificer, I'm actually going to get a Vulture Mask to not die to avoid dying to lizards, since we need to get up to Metropolis. But on the way, I will occasionally like drop the Vulture Mask to die to a lizard. And we are immediately heading this way. I'm counting the time. So I think that like the timer doesn't count death time, as in like, well, when you die, the timer stops for a bit. And since that's a big part of the run, I'm like, and also switching between characters, I'm just going to count real time for everything. Hello, leeches. Can't see anything because of the bottom of the screen. I don't actually think there's enough for them to weigh me down much, so I'm gonna bring these ones into this other pool. I hope that there's enough leeches here. I kind of planned my whole route around this. Ooh, I don't think so. I'm not getting pulled down very much. And I can still escape from them, so I'm not counting it, even if I could drown myself pretty easily. I don't have a time split on the screen because I didn't have time to set it up. There are leeches in the room above this. Maybe there's more of them. The little program that I have set up that displays what creatures I've killed, I literally programmed that before stream. Like an hour before streaming, I made that whole thing. I did not really... I should have prepared it all in advance, but... Oh, here's a lot of leeches. I might be busy with the scavengers, though. Oh. Do I count that? I tried to swim out, and then I... No, I'm just gonna count it. Tried to swim out and I couldn't, and since Artificer does not stay underwater for very long, I'm just going to say that it counts. But that also does the same thing. Yeah, I assume that it's because Artificer is stronger. It took a lot more. And also why it took so few, like it took a single blue leech for me to die to it as, or for me to like get slowed down a lot as Saint. Just one leech. So I'm going to try to get a Vulture Mask here. Although there's plenty of places I can get one. Hey, stay here. I'm trying to kill you. go. Ultramask acquired. Streaming schedule. It's pretty rough. I don't, it's not like completely set in stone. Oh goodness. But it's every Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday at the same time every time. So the time that I started this stream, it's the time that, oh, food. I should have eaten a scavenger in advance. I don't know what it translates to for like other time zones. But when I started this stream is when I start all the streams. Hello, Red Centipede. I already died to you. Another life. I guess I could have planned. Actually, I don't know why I didn't wait to die to a Red Centipede until Artificer. But that'd probably be faster since the shelter is like right here. From here, we're going to dive to the next 4 creatures. There's also quite a lot of centipedes around this area, which is why I considered saving them for now. Because I ended up accidentally dying to a centipede later, so... as Saint. Didn't really get grabbed that strongly. There we go. This is better. Hey, you can't steal the kill. There we go. Rot death. A green to die to? That's actually not the green I'm going to die to. Although it would be pretty fast. I'm going to wait until Spearmaster. For that. Now, I don't want to die to drowning. I do want to... Actually, I think I should go to this room for a DLO. Okay, I saved myself. Is there rot right in front, right where that pipe exit is? That's kind of mean. So there should be either a DLO or a BLO. Here's this guy. I actually want to make sure that there are brother longlegs. There are. A lot of time could be saved in this run by knowing the route exactly, as well as keeping track of the creatures better. Because I have this list where I'm keeping track of them, but if you don't use it, you would technically save time by not having to check it and like select when you have killed a certain creature, or when you have been killed by a certain creature. Oh, okay, these are DLOs, not BLOs. Which complicates things. I thought that it was brother longlegs in here. I don't think there's any past this point. Dude, did the map lie to me? These guys are blue, not brown. With Garbage Race has no BLOs? Why does the map say that there is? Oh, I actually did kill this DLO. Blue BLO? That's showing the map, right? It shows what color they actually are. That's your pearl. Like that's blue. Oh wow, a parry doesn't release yourself? Like these are both blue. like cat on the map? Yeah, I did. If you select Artificer and you go to garbage waste, there will be further long legs there. Okay, I didn't want to die to that, but half lights. I'll check one last time in the water room. If someone wants to look for a good location for a brother longlegs, I'd appreciate it. So usually they're like, the map also says there should be one down here. Waterfront complex? Kind of far away. If one of these guys comes out of the water, I'll be able to check the map because I can't stay down here for too long. I didn't actually go and check to see if all the spawn locations on the map were accurate. Maybe I should have. The map says there should be 2 in the underwater area. 1 DLL and 1 BLL. But it is looking like they're just all the blue variant. Oh, hello scavenger. Maybe it's lineage. It shows some lineages here. Like there's a low chance that some more BLLs show up, but I feel like I can't trust this map at all. Now that it seems like none of them are accurate. It's the same as Spearmaster. Actually, well, as Spearmaster it shows the mother longlegs down there. Maybe I'll look for one of those. But also I can't. I feel like I might not be able to trust that. Where else would they normally be? I mean, I guess like garbage waste, right? Or garbage waste has the other characters, but I don't know if I want to go all the way out of my way to. I guess I could, right? I'm gonna be playing Monk anyway, so I might as well just go over to garbage waste real quick in that run. But I feel like we'll just have to continue and not spend only a present shoreline. Okay, well, let's just continue for now. Remember to grab the mask. Actually, it doesn't matter because I'm gonna immediately go die to a garbage worm. That's the next creature. But I guess it's nice to avoid the lizards on the way there. If there are any. And this guy. Grab a spear for this centipede. I'm very surprised I didn't get grabbed. I'm so close to the pipe. Oh, great. And there, of course, there's a centipede right out there. I consider not going this way because of the centipedes. But there's not actually many garbage worms on this path. Okay, they are leaving. Nope, just kidding. I don't need the mask. I'm going to die anyway. Okay, the other centipede left. This guy's still here. They don't want to go this way, though. I either die to a garbage worm or to the centipede right here. That's how this is going to go. He doesn't want to grab it. Oh, there we go. But don't push me through the pipe. Okay. Finally. I don't think the water is deep enough here. That's, well, I might die to the leeches. Well, like, does it count if I die to both at the same time? Also, this guy. Maybe I should have kept the mask. Oh, I should have let them grab the Squidcada. Okay, they didn't even want to follow me. Also, do I even have anything to throw at the garbage worms? There we go. But now I need to retrieve that spear. This is not great. Okay, here's a plan. We're going to go this way. And they don't want to follow me. Wonderful plan. Looking for another spear. That's just a rock. I guess I can make it into a grenade. We don't want to die to a Scion Lizard just yet. Yeah, I could do the parry maul, but it doesn't usually do enough damage for what I'm going for. Okay, try to drown me. Is this already too strong for this? Oh no, I am dying. Okay, there we go. That took a little bit longer than it should have. All the stuff in the list is creatures that I have yet to die to. So we just checked the garbage worm off the list. I have to go to this room again. It's usually the worst room in garbage wastes. They haven't had enough time to get here yet. And now that I did die, these garbage rooms aren't mad at me. But these ones wouldn't be able to kill me since they are not next to any water. Which is why I debated even putting them on the list in the first place, since they do require water to actually kill you. But they are like very intentionally trying to drown you, just like leeches are, so I decided to count them. Unlike a snail, which might just happen to stun you, and you might just happen to fall into water and drown. Also, it is very refreshing. Buffering. It's buffering. I actually don't see any dropped frames on OBS. Refresh the stream if it has any problems. So I didn't add environmental deaths. I guess it wouldn't be that bad, but I decided to just keep it consistent. Only creatures. There'd be no confusion about what. Well, there's of course there still is confusion. Some creatures are debatable, but creatures was the original idea, and I think we decided against environmental stuff. Wormgrass. Yeah, we did count wormgrass, but wormgrass actually is counted as a creature on the wiki. It even has its own icon. But not the rot. I did die to the rot. The stuff that's on walls. I guess the proto-long legs is what they're also called. I am dying to pebbles. But I decided to do that because it would be fun. Because he can kill you, and he does technically count as a creature. Loosely. So. But it doesn't mean that I have to basically do a pebbles % run. I will throw an explosive at pebbles as Artificer, just to see if he will kill me. That would actually save some time later. But I heard someone say that they tested it and it didn't work. He doesn't kill you because you have the ID drone. Oh, hello, Dropwood. I'll just tell you, yeah. Maybe if I throw it before he gives you the drone, but you don't really have much time for that. And also, that would also kind of suck because you want to get the drones, and that would mean that you have to go back to get it. Actually, want to stab this guy. And eat him. We need food. Sorry for the turn up cutscene. That's true. He just like rarefies it. I guess that's what I was thinking about. Like he syncs it with the structure, so maybe like before he does that, technically you don't count as a citizen. But I'm not going to risk that. We're just gonna do the published percent run. I'm going to do it as monk, so that there's less of a chance that I die to stuff. Because at that point of the run, I would have already died to pretty much everything. Anyway, here's where we will die to the next 5 creatures, not including the brother longlegs. Teams an activation key. Starting with the noodlefly because they're the furthest away. And there should be one not far from here, like in the next 2 rooms. Scaveleads for the scavengers. I decided to save them until the very end of Metropolis. But there's a decent chance that I'll die to them in advance. Hey. Yeah, you're mad at me, huh? And then the pink lizard and the cyan lizard, because I mean I'm probably going to die to a cyan lizard at some point, but there's not many that are close to shelters, or not many that are closer to a shelter than the one in like the next room. And then there will be I will use the vulture grub to die to vultures here too. Oh, there he is. Also have to drop the vulture mask. I'm not vulture. There we go. Actually don't need this mask at all. I didn't want to see scavengers now. If a vulture shows up, I'll just die to them to skip this cycle. That's a lot of scavengers. But also the vulture might just die to the scavengers or run away. No, don't go down there. A cyan lizard. I'm right here, dude. Oh gosh, now he's gonna run away, isn't he? Okay, well we can get the the cyan. Just kidding, they just got stabbed. I think everything is going exactly as planned. That's an elite. Okay. Okay, and then I died to the creature that's not even on the list anymore. It's so simple. Go 2 rooms over and die to 1 lizard. So there shouldn't be scavengers here this time. It's RNG. Wow, that was so much easier. Play Artificer just to genocide scavengers. I love how there's such a divide in the community of scavengers are great, and I like to try to befriend them and like give them pearls and stuff. And then there's the people who like play Artificer for fun just to kill scavengers. Oh, here's a king vulture. That's actually nice to get out of the way since they're a bit more rare. I don't know what the chances are when from a vulture grub. There we go. Of course, he sniped me like usual. Doing a prepared save file. The one thing that you have to prepare in this save file is the hunter long leg spawn. You want to die or like end the run as hunter right next to Gourmand's starting area. Other than that, you can do all the runs on a fresh save file, but you don't need to like reset your whole save file. You just need to reset the individual characters. That's another king vulture. I hope it's not another king. This game. Oh, there's a normal one. That was a fast scion. Okay. And now we continue as normal. Oh, by the way, this is... Hey, Elite, you want to stab me? This is dying to creatures, not killing creatures. I don't need a singularity bomb. I figured that there were so many creatures there that I might as well just die to an Elite to get it out of the way. And then just to reset the cycle too. I've never seen that many creatures in one location without the hunted burden on. Goodness. That would be one of the problems if I decided to do a kill every creature run. I think that would make it a lot more annoying because somehow I almost died to that dropper. Some creatures are especially difficult to kill, like DLLs, Miros vultures, whereas for this run, it's just die to them. There's like not much effort at all, but there's still the difficulty of actually finding them in the first place. I think it makes this more interesting. Can I make this jump? Probably not. Of course, the mother longlegs is actually still one of the hardest parts of this run. You have to do an entire Spearmaster run just to get to the one in garbage wastes. This would have been a lot better if a brother longlegs was in garbage wastes as Artificer and a mother longlegs, as I thought there would be. Because they're both in the past, but it's only as Spearmaster where you can find a mother longlegs. And Rivulet, but that's even further away. To go all the way to Pebbles for that. I did test it actually, and they were actually pretty close. Rivulet took about like 12 minutes and Spearmaster took about 10, but I like speedrun Rivulet. So I figured that like I can do that a lot faster than as Spearmaster, and it still was slower, so it's pretty much. But also there's a bigger chance that you die to random creatures as Spearmaster. So, you know. But I decided Spearmaster. Especially since there's some creatures that you can get in Outskirts. Because I don't think you go to Outskirts in any of the other runs. So that's where I decided to get a Red Lizard, Green Lizard, and Dropwood. Of course, if I don't die to those before that point. So our next location is the shelter at the top of the wall. Not at the very top. Well, yeah, the one that's like highest in the wall. Because there's some lizards there and a pole plant. There's actually not really many good pole plant locations for this run. Collapse Scourge rate's already bad enough. Yeah, we have to go there twice in this run. No Dropwood gear. Nope. There's some mod to remove scavs, you'd use it. I think there is. There's a mod that lets you just remove a creature so it doesn't ever show up. So you could do that if you want. But usually I prefer to just give them a handful of pearls and then not really deal with them from that point on. If you give them too many pearls, they'll follow you around and be annoying. But if you don't give them any, they might attack you. What's the mod called? I have no idea. Might be something like, keep this away from me. Yeah, I think that's it. I have already died to a stowaway in undergrowth as Saint. If you want to see the full list, you can go back to the start of the stream and just see what the list was like that. Is the stowaway there? Yeah. If you enter undergrowth from outskirts, it only takes a few rooms to get to a stowaway. There's normally a stowaway in subterranean, but not for Saint. The one in undergrowth is still quite a ways away from the normal route. He's already impaled with a spear. Stowaway normally in the gutter, maybe. I don't know. I don't think I checked that far. Oh gosh. Okay, I just need to get to the shelter. I don't need to die to another scavenger. We'll be doing this for a bit. I don't think they can kill me while I'm doing that. I mean, they probably can actually. What am I saying? They're scavengers. They will take any opportunity they get. Okay, I died. I thought I saved myself because I went into the other room, but no. But yeah, it might actually be faster to die to the stowaway in the gutter if it's there for Rivulet. Oh man, that lost a lot of time. I'm just trying to give pearls. Oh yeah, you have to go with the wall. That's rough. Yeah, there's so many scavengers there. Also eels and gutters. I think there's also eels in drainage system. So you don't need to go as far. On the wiki, on the wiki page for the stowaway, it gives you a list of room names for where the stowaways are, but I am very bad at reading those because they are all abbreviated. So I did not want to like check every single room in the game to find the right ones. But that's good to know if I decide to do this run again. That's the first question. See, Whiplash is useful. I think that's happened a few times where I tried to do a slide, but I end up doing a parry at the same time. I think the stowaway is on the right side of the region. Or the right side of the gutter. Now we can hopefully get to that shelter without dying to a scavenger. Just depends on if a scavenger is there. The room's called Sump. Is it missing some? There's the region, the Sump tunnels, which I think is in Pipe Yard. But there also might be some rooms in the gutter called that, because I think I remember that from the warp mod menu. Or the warp menu mod. Pipe Yard. Well, are those regions missing from the map? Because I don't know if I've ever even looked at Pipe Yard on that map. Excuse me. This is why I have a vulture mask. Yeah, you can't see the stowaways like you can see normal creatures, but you can see them on the map. Like visually, you can just go look at them. And they're part of the environment. But that means you kind of have to like look really closely because they kind of blend in with the walls. Undergrowth. Yeah, there are. I mean, if those are the rooms in Undergrowth, then I know what those. I know that there's stowaways there. Those scavengers. Not wonderful. Oh. Oh, of course I missed that one throw. They're just gonna come down here. Want to be very careful here. Doesn't know. Do I have food? I don't think I do. Okay. This is... I should have gotten one of those lizards earlier. This is not great. Classic. Oh. Okay, I shouldn't have gone back in. Like, I was kind of scared. As long as another scavenger doesn't enter, I'm good. Those are bat flies. Not a scavenger. Okay, we're good. That sounds like it'd be quite far into the gutter. If you're Rivulet and you're coming in from the bottom through drainage system, that's like quite a distance you have to travel. But it's also like quite a distance you have to travel as Saint to get to the one in Undergrowth. So I guess I would have to check later to see which one of those is the better option. Oh, shoot, I forgot to die. Well, actually, it doesn't matter. I'll die to them later. After getting the Targeted Pebbles, I'll just come back here. Now here's where I died to scavengers again. Oh, wow, I ducked under that. Barely. The pipe yard entrance. Where is that? I don't think we go anywhere close to pipe yard the whole route. Oh, you know, pipe yard could be a good location for this run. There's a lot of diverse creatures there. Scabs explode. Yeah, they drop all their spears. But if they don't explode, then you know that they're still alive. That's actually a really nice way of showing that information. Okay. Now, actually, I considered a different route here, where I would talk to Pebbles and then enter the superstructure to find an inspector. But I realized that you'd have to wait through the entire cutscene where you talk to Pebbles. But there is another inspector that you can get in Metropolis. So I'm just going to get that instead. Although that room in Metropolis also has a lot of scavengers, so there's a... And since scavengers and inspectors both throw spears to kill you, it might actually be hard to tell which one kills you, so I'll have to, like, pay attention to that once I'm there. But that area is pretty close to a shelter, so it doesn't matter too much if I die to a scavenger instead. Yeah. Artificer is the one character that can get through this tunnel really easily. So I just want to see if I can try to at least get out of this room while like spinning around it. Like maybe by spamming explosive jumps I can escape, but I don't think so because he keeps you in the same location quite well. I'll try. No, it feels like there's like a really... like a wall right there. Not a problem. So now we died to 3 creatures here. Or, no, just 2. I think this is where I would want to die to a White Lizard if I didn't die to one at the beginning of Saint. This one right there. Just go back down there again for the pole plant. I'm pretty sure this is the best pole plant location. At least the best one that I found. Since you want to shelter here normally, and there's a blue lizard here, this felt like the best option. Can't train lizards? No. I'm not counting them. I kind of refuse to touch that character at all. Assuming Inv doesn't exist, yes. They're not real. It's all in your head. Also, I don't even think there's any train lizards close to your starting location, so you'd have to go quite far, and like the first few starting areas of their campaign would be awful. There's some in the lake. Okay, that's not as bad. But even like, well, from what I've seen, it looks awful, but I haven't even tried it or like seen speedruns of it. So maybe it's not that bad, but I'm still not including it anyway. If you see me now on the interactive map, yep, that means they're not real. That's proof. And difficulty is all over the place. Yeah, apparently some areas are like not really changed at all, and some areas are like awful. But I don't really care. Now Metropolis. I think I will take some safety shelters here. I think I should be able to get there, skip this one pretty easily though. Gotta love the lag spikes in this region. Really? Really? Okay, we'll find someone else. Dab. At some point, you just need to, you know, accept when something isn't possible. Okay, I would eat that scavenger if there wasn't a king vulture. Oh, egg bug. Although that would take a while to eat. Actually, here, some centipedes. Excuse me. That's very rude. These lizards here were my other option for food. Could have mauled the bug, but I also could have stabbed it. And it worked. And it's pretty fast too. Excuse me. Oh, great. It's been a long time since I've stayed in this shelter. So I like to play, or I like to do the speedruns really risky, where I skip all the... Yeah, if you're on console, it's some like Morse code for it. I don't exactly know what the inputs are, or if you have to like, it's probably like 2 different buttons you have to press in some pattern. But you could just like find a Morse code translator and it's just like type that in, or just like look on the Discord. You'll probably find someone explaining how exactly that works. I really don't like this room. A lot of waiting for stamina to recharge. Also, yeah, that is actually correct. You do in fact have to type it in Morse code. At least I think that is how it works. That is how I've heard people explain it. But of course, I have not tried it myself. Several times with this run, it feels like I have had the haunted burden on. Really. Okay, it looks like they're all coming into this room. Just how many times do you enter a room and there's just like 20 creatures? That was close. Thank you, Pebbles. I say Pebbles, of course he's probably not the one directly controlling these overseers. Do I have enough food? I don't actually. Probably would have been a lot faster to just eat the baby centipede. And it would have given almost the same amount of food. There's not a scavenger here. Okay. This next room is really awful. Scavengers, drop wigs. That's it, but they're pretty bad, right? Well, okay. It was on the list, so not that bad, but I would prefer not to if I just didn't miss that spear. And also, I think I would have killed the other one if I would have been fine if the other one didn't decide to also attack me for no reason. Oh, okay, this is why I turn off wall bounces. Didn't want to do that. Just wanted to eat one of these. I've died to that room with the dropbooks in it so many times in speedruns. Oh, come on. Really? And not just that room, the like 2 rooms after that one. The dropbooks also like to be in those locations. Especially right directly after exiting the pipe. Into the next room, you'll be greeted by a dropbook. It's a wonderful time. Where'd that go? For some reason, dropbooks don't care about vulture masks at all. Oh, I don't like you. Why are there so many? Hello? Oh, come on. All of that went awfully. I like picked one up and I was trying to throw a spear and I was like, why can't I throw this? But of course you can't. It's impossible to drop a thing that you're carrying as scavenger or as artificer for some reason. And then another scavenger decided to snipe me because I missed that spear. Which means I could just go through this room again. A lot of fun. There's a much better way to do this room. that doesn't involve using up all of your explosive jumps. You'll probably try to figure it out. No vultures, luckily. Tropics probably don't recognize. I think they do get scared of vultures, though, right? Like, the reason lizards get scared is because they're too stupid to realize that you're not a vulture. Which I guess would mean that the tropics are smarter, because they realize that you're not. Although dropwings are also kind of stupid. Like, if they run past you while trying to find a good, like, drop location, they will completely ignore you. Hello, can I grab this? Centipede is about to attack me. I guess that, you know, that could be part of it. They recognize more of the, more like other things than just the visual, like seeing the mask. Knows the value of, yeah, I guess, you know, they pick up valuable items to try to bait like scavengers and other creatures. Really, it's just scavengers and slowcats that end up dying because of that. Not many other creatures care about those things. I don't like that guy. Okay, I was still like halfway through eating that centipede. I don't like this. Okay, at least I cleared the path. Yep, thank you, vulture. Okay, we're not that far away. I didn't know the centipede was gonna attack me. Yeah, they're on a timer. Now she's standing next to him. Did you get enough food? Oh, great. I actually spent enough cycles to get a dream. So it's been, almost 3 hours, and we're only almost done with the second character out of 6. I'm pretty sure you can do this. Yeah, that worked fine. So now we already died to elites and regular scavengers, so it's just the inspector and the chieftain. That's going to take a lot of effort. I tend to die to the rooms leading up to the Scavenger King, although I guess I don't really need to care about trying to defeat him this time. It's just about getting past the toll. Excuse me. Okay, well, I guess I don't need the mask anymore anyway. Do I remember where to go? Should be down and then the side. Also, there's coiled escapees in this room, but there's so few of them that I actually didn't even see the spear at all. It blended in with the background. Goodness, that's a snipe. But this is what I'm a bit. This is why I didn't want to die to this inspector, because there's so many like scavengers around this area too. Like maybe it was the inspector that threw that spear. I didn't see it. They don't. I don't think they go into that room at all. Like, there's only a handful of coiled escapees in this room. Not enough to kill you, and it's not even that dark. Unless maybe you could like gather up every single one. But they're like right next to Hunter or Gourmand's starting location. Anyway. I think there's a random chance that he could have died instantly to that. Oh, you have great aim. I'm right here. Okay, there we go. Very obviously a Inspector Death. No scavengers in that room. Okay, now it's just the toll. This is why I saved the scavenger deaths till the end, because this is where you're probably going to die to them. But of course, I died to plenty before then. Not the elite, though. I did purposely die to the elite. Oh, great. Well, the opportunity presents itself. Goodness, dude. Did he throw, like, every single thing he had? Game was listening. Go, you need to die to an elite scavenger? Here you go. Oh gosh. Okay, that went a lot better than I thought it would. Hello, welcome to the stream. Actually, this guy doesn't have a spear yet. Let's bring him a spear. Yep. Do you want to attack me? Or do I need to attack you first? Oh wow, you suck. There you go. Okay, that's Artificer done. Only a handful of creatures left. So next up I had Spearmaster. I don't think it really matters what order you do them in. But I just picked an order and went with it because I didn't want to try to super optimize everything. Yep, just one line of creatures left. Although there's some rough ones. Mainly oh, I forgot how to do this. Mudded Longlegs will take a while to get to. Pebbles will take a while, and the Guardian. But I think the rest are like mostly okay. Also the Brother Longlegs, I don't even know if I'll be able to find one. So I might have to go out of my way to get that. Although, since I will be going to garbage wastes, I may want to shelter just in case there's a BLL, but I didn't find one as Artificer, so I don't imagine I'm going to find one as Spearmaster since they're even earlier in the timeline. Although, you know, there's maybe a possibility. There's also a very big possibility that I died to random creatures on the way there. Not easy. But of course, we don't actually want to die to any of those creatures on purpose, except for the red lizard and the green lizard, which I've managed to avoid dying to this whole time. No, we looked at the map, and even on the map, you can tell what color they are, and they were still blue. So specifically, a brown one on the map, and because you can tell they're different because they can't hear you at all. I know that there are a few DLLs that have different colors, but I don't think we're even gonna come across any of those. Hello, welcome to the stream. I need to change some things around. Interesting speedrun. It's been a journey. I actually don't want to die to them yet. Can I run fast enough? I always forget that's not a pole that you can grab onto. Oh, food. It'd be so nice just to have enough food to shelter from the beginning. that a mod that... No, that's the program that I wrote just for this stream. It doesn't really have anything to do with the game. I just click on the icons that I want to remove from the list. See, I can move it around. It would be cool if there was a mod that automatically checked which creatures you died to, or which creatures you've killed, if you want to like create a checklist for that. Like the Discord challenge where you try to kill like as many creatures as possible as hunter, but not like just total, but like unique creatures. Hey, no, that's the wrong one. There we go. And there's a green lizard not far from here. Having a list like this actually did lead to some complication because I couldn't tell what size of centipede I died to. So I died to a centipede that was quite large, and I thought, okay, that was probably an adult centipede, but maybe it was an overgrown centipede. Like I couldn't exactly tell because centipedes like have quite a wide range of sizes. So that's like the one thing that would make that'd be made a lot easier by like knowing exactly what kind of centipede you died to. Wouldn't Riv be the best option? Are there blooded long legs for Riv? I guess, yeah, that would be better, huh? How much experience do I have? I have about 1,000 hours in this game, which is actually slightly lower than some other speedrunners, but I think I've spent a lot of this time specifically doing speedruns and doing practice. If you... Wait, is this the right way? Yes. So, if you play the game casually for 1,000 hours, you're not going to be as good as if you were to specifically practice, like, challenging things in this game. So, I think you could say about 300 hours of casually playing the game, and then maybe 500 hours of, like, speedruns, challenges, and stuff like that. And then who knows what the rest of it was. It depends. It really depends on how much time you spend on practice. Because, you know, there was a point where I looked at the movement document. I was like, I want to learn like half of this stuff. And I went and learned all that stuff, like the EI hop. And of course, I mess it up when trying to demonstrate it. There we go. That's an EI hop. Don't kill me. But really, if you want to try speedruns, you just need to find a route. Oh, great. Time to die to more scavengers. Like Pebbles percent, for example, as Survivor, you go up to Pebbles and then you go down to the depths, and that's the whole run. And if you can figure out which rooms to go through to make that, to finish that run, you know, you're doing a speedrun. Even if you like don't know all the movement, or if you don't, or if you like die a few times, you know, it still counts as a speedrun. And the more you do that, the better you'll get at the run, you know. The first speedrun that I did was a challenge where you try to get from the top of Pebbles, like the shelter next to Pebbles. You try to get from there all the way down to... Don't, I gave you spears. You try to get from there to the depths in a single cycle. And practicing that challenge really helped with my movement. And then from there I was like, well, I might as well try Pebbles percent. And then, you know, it just kind of kept going. Oh, a picture reference to Argon? It is. And my name. Where the 18 comes from. Nice pounce. I don't know where to stay in a shelter. Because Because ideally, I just died to the mother long legs, right? But I might die to something else in the way there, so I might safety or shelter for safety. Because I would lose a lot of time. Okay, if you look at that movement document, there's so much like useless stuff. A lot of like frame perfect things. Super like situational movement, and like half that's like completely unnecessary. If you want to, I have karma requirements disabled, yes, because we're dying a lot, so karma would be a huge pain to deal with. For this run, karma requirements are disabled. If you want to speedrun, a few things that are really good to know: rolling, roll pounces, like chaining roll pounces together, doing slide pounces, extended slides. I think are, you know, you don't need to do them, but they're super helpful in some areas. Basic combat stuff, yeah, that helps. Like the rock spear combo if you ever have to deal with lizards. Throw boosting. Pretty good to be familiar with that. But that's pretty much it. Like for this room, for example, I'm going to do like some rolls. You can do a backflip to start a roll. That's like most of the movement that I'm doing here. Like jump, roll, pounce, jump, roll, pounce. If you can get really good at that, then like you're pretty set for like starting out with speedruns. Slide pounces are also useful if you're in flat ground, but the timing on them is actually kind of rough. It does take some effort to get consistent at slide pounces. Or you can play Rivulet, and they are much easier to do. Whiplash is cool but unnecessary. There's like small handful of situations where whiplashes are actually useful. Pretty much only when you want to pick up an item, but you don't want to go in that direction. So you just do a whiplash, grab it real quick. Any tips on making extended slides more consistent? There's a specific timing. You basically don't want to throw it too early. Don't throw too early. I'm not sure what other advice I can give. Also, I'm immediately going in the wrong direction. I don't know why I'm doing this. Just go this way. And easy down spears. It's way easier just to do a backflip to do a down spear. So working with lizards. Okay, I never use down spears on lizards. It's like too risky to try to. I mean, I guess if you're really good at doing whiplashes, then like go ahead. But I don't think that's really necessary. Actually, Squid Kato, I would like you. Why are they so bad at flying? Come on, man. Okay, they're useless. Yeah. Hello? Okay, I actually got stuck there for some reason. The platforming you have to do here to avoid the raw, that Artificer can just jump over. That's the wrong kind. I guess I never really cared about trying to figure out something like that down spear, but usually, you know, just doing like a rock spear throw, that's like good enough. Oh gosh. Yeah. Well, that's why I sheltered. Unfortunately, the mother long legs is the one that's furthest away. And also, the whiplash is like quite situational. Just because you need the space to do the slide. So if you're ever fighting something on rough terrain, you just can't do it. Thank you for getting in the way. Whiplashes were the one tech that I learned how to do on my own without looking at the movement guide. I accidentally did a whiplash and I was like, look at this crazy tech I found. But turns out it was like not very useful. Not very useful for movement specifically. If you want to use it for combat, go ahead. But I never really got used to doing that. You know, there was a chance. And of course, he didn't even die from that. I thought that Spearmaster did extra damage, but still not enough for to instantly kill a scavenger. This sucks. Well, I have a lot of spears. You know, I'm reconsidering a Spearmaster. Rivulet may be a better choice. Because there's pretty much nothing that can kill you. For Rivulet. You know, whiplashes are probably really useful if you do score runs. But I don't do score runs, so they're only useful occasionally. You're going the wrong way, Lizard. Yeah, they ended up going kind of the right way anyway. I think that Spearmaster is very weak. There's a reason I wanted to do this challenge mainly as Artificer for most of these creatures. I might want to skip out on Spearmaster for future attempts if I decide to do future attempts, because it's already taking a lot longer than I wanted it to. If there's a shelter that's closer to this location, I might want to take that if I'm going to die. Yeah, I think that Hunter is just better. Because you can hold 2 spears and some other item. And you never really have a problem with spears. Go out, infinite spears, like they're hard to find or something. And then don't even mention the pearl. Because once the pearl is involved, they're immediately like a bottom tier character. Oh yeah. Also, am I stuck here? Is it even possible to get back from this location? Also, I might be able to go under them. They can drop down whenever they want. And I'll probably make a noise the moment I move. Of course, that spear didn't stick. We're going to be doing this for a while, aren't we? Yeah, we'll just do a quick, Spearmaster run. We'll get a few creatures in the outskirts, and then we'll just go quickly die to the mother longlegs. So it won't be a problem at all. You know, I did a throw boost for that jump every other time. I was like, maybe it's possible. Yeah, I think that the spears could be really, or they should have been faster. Because having to like wait to pull out a spear, especially if you're trying to get food from a creature, it ends up slowing you down. Because like hunter, if you want to, ooh, that was close. If you're a hunter and you want food, you can throw as many spears as you want. You can just like spam them to deal a ton of damage, and then once the creature's dead, you just eat them. But for Spearmaster, you have to wait and generate a spear for every single food peep you want to get. Luckily, the speedrun mostly relies on popcorn plants for food, so that usually hasn't been a problem when I've been playing Spearmaster recently. And for this run, obviously, you don't really do enough to need to get that much more food. I'm looking for a shelter. Spearmaster, garbage wastes. Okay, I mean, well, I do have a decent amount of food. There's a shelter kind of far away. I need to throw that. And the funny thing is that you don't even get as much food from popcorn plants as the other characters. The one character that doesn't like max out their food from popcorn plants. I guess you could say that Saint can't open popcorn plants easily. But yeah, Saint or Spearmaster gets the least food relative to the amount of food they need from a popcorn plant. Okay, welcome back to Awful Place. I like how this room is specifically designed to make it difficult to backtrack. Like once you pass this point, it's hard to get back because of all that rot back there. And of course, here's the two of them again. So many tentacles and not enough spears. Man, okay. This is not working. This is not working out. It's just those two DLLs to get past. Try this. These actually work. What? I don't know why cicadas have been not functioning today. The 2 times I've tried to use them. Now this guy's a problem. Well, I have enough food now. Where's that other shelter? Oh, it's actually way out of the way. Okay. Well, here's a smarter idea. I should go around. Okay, wait, this is huge. This is a huge detour. I'm looking at the map right now, by the way. This is a huge detour. Okay, from here. Wow, this map is really just a huge maze. Okay, I have a plan. Which means that, oh, welcome to YouTube. I kind of feel bad sometimes for the people who just stay on Twitch the whole time and don't know that there's an entire other chat. But I don't want to always be explaining, like, hey, I'm streaming on both platforms. It's like, I don't have to say that every single time then someone shows up to the stream. Wait, I don't even need to go up there. Hello, alpha creature. Do you want to get stabbed? Oh, well, there's a little bit of bonus food. Don't take my spear, please. I really need that. Oh, hold up. Where did this go? I'm looking at the map so much right now. Man, this is a rough path. Past garbage waste, it really is just the worst. Okay, but this is pretty much the easiest way to do it, so... Yeah. So now we go backwards through the Artificer route, basically. The moment we enter this room, it's obvious that this is not good. There's also a drop bug in this room. Hello. Thank you for... Oh, immediately gonna leave. Turns out I have to deal with you later anyway. Oh no, and there's another one too. Not anymore. I think I'm going to pick Rivulet for this next. Since I already play Rivulet for a few creatures in drainage, I might as well also just continue going up to get the Mother Long Legs. I feel like that'd be way easier than all of this. And there's a shelter. Although, do I really want to stay in the shelter? Because you're just going to respawn all of the Scions. I mean, I'd rather not have to do this again. So I say more Scions. And the Red Lizard later. And some other things too, probably. But if I move fast enough, maybe I won't have to deal with them. No, just kidding. Also, hold up. Okay, I have to go over here. I've never gone up this room before. Maybe that's obvious. So now there's a Red Lizard that I'm going to meet very soon. I think I hear them. Nope. All my spears. Poor Spearmaster. Has no spears. Just kidding, they can make more. Average day in Ohio? Okay, where am I going from here? Okay, okay, I know where to go. There's a small problem. The moment I jump down there, I'm going to die to this lizard, aren't I? Although it's moving quite far away now. So the moment... Okay, Red Lizard is gone. Don't shoot me. Okay, I thought that it would try to predict where I was going. Okay. We're done with Spearmaster. No more of that. That was an easier route, but still not good, so I'm probably just going to do Rivulet from now on. Finally a fun character. I mean, I don't know if you guys like Spearmaster, but... yeah. I mean, I think if I managed to get past those DLLs a lot faster, it would have been better. But I incorrectly assumed that I would be able to get past them without dying. When they're dead. That's not very nice. You notice in the trailer for the Downpour console release, they show like all the creatures in shelters, or all the slowcats in shelters, but then at the very end of the video, maybe it's the only one left. That proves objectively that they are the best. We just slept well that night, yep. So we're actually, first of all, this is way faster without karma requirements, because this gate normally requires 5 karma. You don't need to type all that. So, this might be not fun. We need to die to this spider right here. However, the spider is very bad at killing you. They're very bad. It took me like a full minute in arena mode with just me and the spider. It took a minute for them to actually kill me. Wow, that was way faster than I thought it was going. Okay, that's the green spider. So I'm pretty sure it's just a random chance when they do grab you. There's a random chance that it kills you. And it's a pretty low chance, because I survived like 4 bites in a row. But not that time, so that's better. Green spider death world record percent. Or death percent world record. Unfortunately, it took us like 3 hours to get to this point, so... not really. That was a competent green spider. Also, I just realized that I didn't need to get food on the last cycle. Faster than normal spiders, that's correct. So I'm going to try to remember where exactly all these creatures are, but I'm not too familiar with drainage, specifically the creature spawns, but I know where the salamander is, I think. Maybe I should check the map real quick. I don't know the runs in this category. Yeah, it took like 3 hours to get to this point, but it's still world record. I haven't seen anyone else to try it. It's like how the Spearmaster world record was like 3 hours for a while. And Gourmand. So there's the salamander. Where's the eel? Ooh, is there not an eel? Okay, well, there's no eel, but that won't be a problem. Because there's one in the gutter, so we'll just have to go back up there. But first, let's head down here. Hello, leeches. I don't think there's enough in here. I only saw 3 leeches. Maybe they just didn't have enough time to get out. Are there leeches in here? I don't even know if green leeches are very good at like drowning you, especially with how good Rivulet is at swimming. So might be similar to the red leech situation. Okay, this is slightly better. There's still only a few. Only a few leeches, and they don't seem very good at grabbing me. There you go. Nope, easy to escape. By the way, I'm counting a death to leeches as if you're being grabbed by leeches and you try to escape and you aren't able to. That's what I count as a death to leeches, which means that might be really rough if I don't swim boost, because I can barely move without swim boosting. Maybe if I stay in this tunnel long enough, it will count. But I will try to break these over to the other room. Maybe I can grab this leech too. I mean, maybe I'll drown and maybe I will count it, since they are slowing me down too much to move properly. Should I count this? Yeah, this other leech grab onto me. I think that this is the closest I'm going to get with this many leeches. I could probably still escape if I like used a bunch of swim boosts. But there's just not too many leeches, so I'm just gonna count that. With normal swimming, I could not like move at all. Alright, it became very, very slow. Count it. I love that Rivulet can just make that jump. Just easily. Oh, it's been a long time since I've gone through this way as Rivulet. They used to take this route for the Ascension percent, right when Downpour came out. And like I had a strategy to deal with this kelp. Just run past it. But then we, you know, discovered the gutter route. Oh, wait, that is an eel. Okay, actually, I don't see that on the map. Or do I see it? No, it's not on the map. Okay, this map is... Oh, no. I'm looking at Spearmaster's drainage. Yep. Okay. Okay, so I know where to go now. Technically, I don't think leeches can kill you. But I'm just counting drowning to them as a death because they're like actively grabbing you and holding you under the water. Yeah, this kelp isn't very good at grabbing you. I think you're moving fast enough. So this might not be an optimal path. Actually, of course there's an eel lizard here, because I died to this eel like so many times during those speedruns. Okay. And they should be on the list. There's a lot of creatures that you could count on the list. Actually, not many. Not too many, like, there's 2 creatures. 3 creatures? There's baby centipedes, there's squidcada, and snails. They can technically kill you. Like, by, like, sunning you and, like, squidcadas can push you off a cliff. Oh, there's a rock. Clutch rock. I thought I was dead. I did mention specifically, like, you're supposed to pick up a rock before going to that. And then I didn't, but there was a rock there anyway. Reindeer. Like, reindeer can drop you onto wormgrass or, you know, the rain, but that's not really them doing anything. Scavengers. Oh. Look, I'm helping. There's probably a faster way to get to the salamander. There's a pearl right here, by the way. Right here. That's what I meant to say. So if you want to be friends with the scavengers as a rivulet, that's a good option. Especially since you start with a pearl. There's definitely a faster way to get the salamander. Maybe if you go like through the underwater tunnels. Probably plan that out more in advance. Because now I have to go backwards through this way. That's a blue lizard. I don't need the pearl anymore. Why am I holding it? Can't do a backflip on that slope. I think it's going just great. Oh, come on. This is going well. I thought that rivulet would be easy. Remember, there's still a public pursuit run at the end of this. Okay, I'm taking the other path. I hope that I'm actually familiar with the map and I know where this will lead. By the way, this is like the one salamander I could find in this whole speedrun. That isn't like extremely out of the way. So obviously for any creature you can just go to another region to find it, but I wanted to find locations that were close to where you would already go to get the like handful of main creatures, like the firebug and the like sheep and scavengers. Like those were the main quests, and then all the other creatures were just like side quests, basically. The salamander, I could only find them close to rivulet spawn. Okay, this was way faster. I should take this path. There you are. It's never been harder to die to a salamander. Okay, so now this wasn't actually planned in advance, but we're going to grab our choice now. So there should be a BLL. I like how Rivulet just doesn't care about the leeches at all. You just swim past them. So how often do you hear this song? Goodness. It's been a while. It's so much easier as Rivulet. Only the mother longlegs is down here too. Guess that wouldn't make any sense at all, but nice to dream. The rot is mostly decayed. It's pretty much just like a handful of like the brown rot, and I think there should be a DLL. Or a BLL. That's what I'm hoping for. I didn't check. But surely, right? Oh, mid-air pop. This song too. I pretty much never take this path. Advantage to garbage. All the spiders. That's no. Hey, that was a bit risky, but it worked out. Oh, you're not good. Now. This is not Garbage City Shuffle. This is, what is this? Lack of comfort? Also, I have to go all the way back to Garbage Waste. I didn't realize that there was a... Also, I should check. Is there really a... BLL? Okay, there should be. Yeah, Red City Beat does make that more complicated. Garbage City Shuffle plays closer to... Actually, I have no idea. Somewhere on the top of Garbage Waste, I think it plays. Or maybe near the scavenger party. where all the scavengers are. It's like an eat. Near shoreline. So like on the way to shoreline. Suddenly a pearl appeared. Right after the toll going to shoreline, okay. Been a long while since I've done that too. I pretty much always take the garbage route. So now it's just about getting past that red centipede. I also didn't expect there to be a second centipede. Like I saw the red centipede and I was like, okay, there's a red centipede here, I remember that, but... Second one. Too far there. Maybe that is simply too fast. So where is this guy? Not here yet. Not here yet. There they are. I think I should be able to hang out up here quite safely if the... Oh, okay, that's an overgrown too. Can you pick up a bat fly? Oh, wait, there's an opportunity. There we go. So it should pretty much just be this room. Pick the map just in case. They're being absolutely destroyed. Okay, that is the brother longlegs. Tell because they're much smaller. Maybe they'll come out of the water for us to see. But yeah. Full tilt Rivulet, Spearmaster invincible. If you can keep it up. Okay, Rivulet done. Gourmand now. Only 4 creatures left, but 2 of those creatures are a little bit harder to get to. So your parents just need to... Oh, nice. That wasn't as good as it could have been, though. We actually did a little... somewhat of a competition with someone where we tried to die to the hunter longlegs as fast as possible. So I've practiced this. Don't eat that. No, you'd restart the run if this happened. Like, no, I have to wait for this cooldown before I can get eaten. There we go. Did I do a hunter run? I did a artificer run. That's how I did most of the like red creature deaths, or like you know what kind of creatures spawn for artificer. All the total amount of slug cats is you do a saint run, artificer run. There we go. Spearmaster, which I'm debating on changing. Rivulet, Gourmand, and Monk. Oh, don't get the mark. Wait, that actually might be kind of hard. That's a scavenger. Wait, is this room... yeah, this is the room that's full of spiders. There we go. Let's go, let's speed. And that's Gourmand done. So I actually need to like immediately throw something at Pebbles with before I get the mark. Or else I won't be able to die to actually I know, I'll just die to Guardians first. I forgot to reset this save file. Just look at the trailer. So I'll just go down since we're going to Pebbles and to the Guardians from the same shelter, so I might as well just start with the Guardian. Oh, cutscene, thank you. Forgot to skip that every time I played Survivor or Monk. Also, I've chosen Monks because they're easier. And I don't need to die to anything else. And there's not really any other characters where I can easily get to Pebbles to die. Although Monk is slower. There's not really any other good options. It's been a long time since I've done a Monk Pebbles per start run, but usually they're pretty easy. Because creatures are just not nearly as aggressive to you. Just checking the stream real quick. Yeah, Monk does not need that much food. So I guess, you know, for Spearmaster, I died to a red lizard, green lizard, dropwig, and the mother longlegs, right? That was the plan. But none of those creatures are really, they're like really exclusive to Spearmaster. It's just that like they were all like really close to the shelter, this shelter. So it's really easy to die to all of them. But I died to a dropwig in another run. Green lizards, there's a green lizard right next to Artificer start. And of course there's a ton of red lizards too. So, you know, maybe I just like don't need to do Spearmaster at all. Get the mother longlegs as Rivulet. Although there might be a problem with that because, you know, as Rivulet we went to Garbage Waste to get the brother longlegs. So we need to go to Garbage Waste and then to Pebbles. And that it's not exactly like easy to do that. Actually, no, it wouldn't be a problem. As long as you don't die to the red centipede, you would go to the BLL, die, and then you respawn in drainage, and you just go up the gutter. And then you could shelter it in the gutter to get the green lizard or green spider death. And to make the timing easier to get to the top of the wall before it rains. I'm not very good at this. I always prefer to bring a spear up here. Or I guess it's kind of locked whether you get a spear or not. Now, oh wait, I just realized I'm going to Pebbles first. Well, hope I hit him before I get the mark. I guess if he starts doing the cutscene, I'll just exit out of the game, but then I lose a lot of time. I kind of would like to be done with this run. I see I help. This is definitely the longest stream that I've done so far. Isn't it just nice that there's not really any creatures at all? Never mind. Oh, this guy could be a problem. Usually white lizards aren't very aggressive as Monk. Goodbye, egg bug. They left. I'm used to Industrial being this chill. It's nice. It's like actually a reasonable amount of creatures that you have to deal with. They aren't always completely focused on trying to eat you specifically. It's a nice change from how it is usually. So I have a plan for this. Okay. Plan is now much more difficult, especially with this guy. I was reading chat. Actually reasonable second region in the game, right? Okay, you know what? Let's go to the depths. I said I was going to do that first and then I forgot. This is the wrong way. Let's actually do what I was going to say. We're English. You just can't do a slide on that weird terrain. I just can't. I'll just hang out up here. Didn't want to get stuck up there, but it actually helped out. And I guess since I'm doing the Guardian first, I can take safety shelters on the way up to Pebbles. Now, there is a small difficulty spike in the middle of this. I need to get through drainage system. And some of the underwater sections are going to be a lot more difficult as the monk, because they just don't have as much breath capacity as the other slug cats. And I don't have that remix option enabled that makes it better for monks, so I'll have to be very careful in those swimming sections. Also, you know, it'd probably be faster to die to a Guardian as Rivulet. Guardians aren't unique to any character. So I could just do this as Rivulet, it would be faster, and you already start in drainage. Yeah. I still need to do Pebbles. Okay, more notes if I decide to do this run again. Don't play Spearmaster and do more as Rivulet. That's basically what it boils down to. Yeah, and it's only Saint. Which is, unfortunately, the other character where you actually see Guardians. Oh, gotta be careful here. If Guardians could kill you, then you just wouldn't have to deal with it at all. Specifically in Rubicon. So I'll have to really pay attention in these rooms. For some reason these little areas are like filled with sloped walls, and if you're underwater and you hit a slope, you like it really messes with you. So you basically just don't want to touch the walls at all in those underwater sections. Yeah, that was what I was most worried about. You see that I still came close to drowning. That's how dangerous these swimming beds are. It wouldn't be dangerous for Rivulet. I slide bounce. I still mess this up all the time. Now the next main difficulty is going to be not dying to a mole lizard. What's this music again? I have no idea. I can't shelter here. I have to go back to outskirts. So I just gotta be real careful. And I can't see anything. And there's still quite a lot of mole lizards as monk. No, I can't shelter because after I die, I'll be sent back to outskirts. I suppose like I could just like restart the save file again. It wouldn't lose too much time, but see someone pick up a spear. I don't hear any mole lizards. Okay, there's none. There's none in this room. You know, maybe there aren't actually as many mole lizards for monk. Okay, well, there's one left. That guy over there. Like halfway stuck down it. Okay, we're good. I don't die to fall damage here. It's just like any percent. Okay, I didn't have a throwable. I got Libby unlocked. Congratulations, I don't even know where that is. What does that think about doing any percent? This kind of like it was the default category for Rainworld for a long time. There was pebble percent and there was any percent. Those were the categories. And pebble percent doesn't quite work this, or any percent doesn't work the same way with downpour because of you can't do the guardian skip as easily. But I could just go back a version and try the old version of the run. I think about trying that sometimes, but I'm usually focusing on downpour runs. Oh, Guardians, I don't have anything. Now, technically, they kill you with fall damage. I'm still counting it, though. Because it's pretty much impossible to die to fall damage in this room without the Guardians. Like, you can, like, drown yourself pretty easily, but you can't, like, fall damage yourself in this room without the Guardians, so it's There we go. One creature, quotation marks, left. Very, very long run. I did die a lot, unintentionally. Of course, that's the whole point of the run, but, you know. Sometimes I did lose a lot of time. Same with, and especially the Spearmaster. Wait, I think I know where the Leviathan unlock is. It's in that, like, one big pool of water that you have to swim down. Right? And it is on that, like, right side of shoreline, kind of close to moon. Oh, hey, Monk. Monk shelter, or Monk gates, even though it doesn't matter. Have 3 jellyfish. Yeah, that's the room with jellyfish. There's a white lizard close to it too. It might be a hunter only unlock. Those kind of like more like dangerous creatures tend to be hunter only. Oh wow, web flash. I'd mess that up anyway. You ever throw something for a throw boost? Try to pick that and back up if it bounces off a wall. I wanted to stab that lizard so it wouldn't be in the way. Okay. Oh, wall pounce. That was actually a really good wall pounce. I don't usually go for too many wall pounces as Survivor and Monk, but it really worked out right there. Well, it didn't really help out at all, but it gave a lot more height than they usually do. Okay, will I die to a white lizard in this tunnel? Place your bets, don't actually, but... Okay, I did not. Of course, there's nothing in this room. Just kidding. Egg bug. Just kidding. Egg bug 2. Just kidding. Pink lizard. Not hunter, only a downpour. Well, there you go. It looks like I could just sneak past him, but I will. Yeah, I won't. This guy just gonna hang out right here. Oh, there we go. I think it's funny how you can cross a creature through a pipe. I'm going to take all the shelters I can. I know that I picked Monk to make this easier, but, you know, just to be even safer than that. All collectibles run. I don't know about all collectibles, but I know that someone has done an all arena unlocks run. Not in Downpour though. No one's done that yet, I don't think. But all like vanilla unlocks, that's a run that's been done before. Can't escape them, huh? It's a very blue scavenger right there. Oh, threat music's playing. I like how there's this tiny little area for the scavengers to stand on. And that's where they all build up. They don't walk into the room further, they don't do anything. They just stand there. Also, hello, lizard. Does it scare me like that? Goodness. Even as Monk, this area is still kind of awful. Still way better than the other characters. Here's a trick you can do with a spear. White lizard. I don't even think they saw me. I'm still bothered by the fact that on the Rain World Movement Guide document, it explains the strategy on how to pole hop safely, where you can try a pole hop, but then press up after or hold up afterwards, so that you can grab the pole if you fail to pull off. But then it's like, this is not really like a useful tech because you can just learn how to get consistent with pole hops. But that's the strategy I use. I always hold up after attempting a pole hop, just in case I mess it up. I'd rather have a spear here so that I can grab the pole. So it is a valid strategy. At least I think it is, because you don't really lose any time by attempting, by like holding up. You don't lose anything for doing that. It just gives you, just makes it more safe. I'm going to shelter here, but it really shouldn't be a problem. The only dangerous thing on the wall is white lizards, but of course they are kind of a pain to deal with. We're almost done. I have a shelter. That's fun to do that. Fortunately, that roll and pounce doesn't line up with the his bonker head. Jelly unlocked the jellyfish. Just do an EI hop. What if that unlock is possible to get as Rivulet or Saint? That'd probably make it a lot easier. think the strategy that's like recommended is to do a charge pounce, throw boost, pull hop. And then another throw boost on top of that, maybe? I don't know. Wonderful. Yeah, I've run Pebbles percent before. Of course, I still struggle with this jump in particular. Still easier than dealing with lizards, although I don't even see any or hear any. Best way to get it is to use MSC cheats. Yeah, I guess if you want to. Alright, time to die to a white lizard now. I should be able to deal with this by going over here. Yeah, they're blind. Monk is very hard for lizards to see. I didn't even see that. Okay, that's like the most obvious white lizard spot. Like it's trying to blend in with the pole, but the pole like is way too dark. But I didn't see it, so good camouflage. There's a bunch of bat flies, not a white lizard. Yeah, I guess the squid cata is another option, but there's not many squid cata in Shoreline. We're doing all of this just to stab pebbles. Nice. Actually, no, we're not doing that. Go up here first, check for white lizards. See? There's one right there, although I would have gone past him. There was enough spears there. I think the worst part about the jellyfish unlock is that it's in a room where vultures can show up. So you'll be trying to do whatever movement you can think of to get to that platform, and then the vulture shows up and you have to just wait for like a minute. Or fight the vulture. And then you end up losing all the spears that you would use for throw boosts. I guess I should ask you guys, should I keep Pebbles on the list? Because you essentially have to do this entire run off the Pebbles just for this last creature kill. And that isn't really the case for any of the other... Like, I mean, there's like the Firebug and Chieftain Scavenger, but you can get so many other creatures on the way there. But for this one, you're done with it. I mean, I guess it depends on when you do this run. I've decided to do it last, but it means that it's just getting to the end. That's the whole thing. As a pretty slow character. And you know, we can get the Guardian as Rivulet. That shouldn't take too long. You know, Pebbles technically isn't really a creature, maybe. You know, it's kind of debatable, but also like he is on the list of creatures on the wiki, and he can kill you, so you know, it makes sense why he would count. As Spearmaster, I'm debating not playing Spearmaster at all. That's how close you get. And they start in the same location as like Hunter or as Monk and Survivor. So there's, I guess, Hunter starts in actually no, you can't play the Hunter at all because they need to spawn the Hunter long legs. Let's spin. Option between Spearmaster and Monk, yeah, it seems pretty obvious. You know, I kind of want to make this run as appealing as possible. If anyone else is ever going to try it at all, it needs to like not sound awful. So yeah, I think you won't though. That's not a problem. Down here, Pebbles. We're done. That's it. You know, I was half expecting my little program for keeping track of the creatures. I was half expecting it to crash when I selected the last one, because I never tested that before. No, it didn't crash. I mean, not like that'd be a problem. But that's every creature. Well, every creature that can kill you in a reasonable way. Done in about 4 hours. Goodness. How close he is to your root? I don't think he is close at all, though. Because as Spearmaster, if anything, if we're going to touch Spearmaster at all, it's just to die to some creatures in outskirts, which you might as well do as, actually, not really, because you want to get the draw book and the red lizard, but that's like the only reason you would play Spearmaster. So goes through, looks at the moon. Why would you do that? So I'm just thinking that Spearmaster and or Artificer has such similar spawns, they might as well do everything as Artificer much faster because of the explosive jump, and you never have to deal with Spearmaster being a bad character. You can do this as Monk, but you know, I'm also thinking, you know, maybe they shouldn't be part of the run because we're going out of our way just to die. Well, but also it feels fitting, right? Pebbles is another thing in a rain world that can kill you, so add them to the list. So, will I attempt this again? I don't know. It took a very long run, and I don't normally stream this long, but you know, maybe if I can improve the time, or like find different routes to get creatures faster, and not die unnecessarily as many times. What do you recommend? If you want to try it, you don't need to speedrun it. Also, you can like try this out casually. But also, you know, you might as well speedrun it just to finish it faster. How often are streams? So I do 3 streams a week, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. I don't know if I will stream tomorrow. I don't know if I have anything planned. If I find something interesting to do, I'll stream tomorrow. But I don't know if I want to do speedrun streams anymore. Or specifically like speedrun attempts. Like there's other things that I can speedrun challenges, stuff like this, or like practice runs. But I don't know if I want to like record like a full attempt, I might do it off stream. We will see. So yeah, thanks everyone for watching. See ya.